72 is where I'm going to be reading from.
All right. I got it recording now.
Okay, so I had a dream vision. They're just so vivid is all I can say. And I'm sitting pretty much in the center of the earth and everything is spinning around me. I'm sitting like in a center of a circle. Everything's spinning around me. And all I can make out of what's going around me is Enoch 72, 73, 74, 75. So I've been reading them and reading them. And then it just jumped out at me because Jeremy addressed this at the beginning, this day out of time. I never really liked that word, day out of time. It just almost sounded like everything that Yah does has purpose, so nothing should be out of order. So I love that we call it the divider. It fits better, in my opinion, just a personal thing for me. But I had to find this, and it's right here in Enoch 72. Enoch 72 talks about the courses of the luminaries and specifically the sun and the sun's courses. When you go to Enoch 75, this is the start of the sun's course. The chariot on which he ascends, meaning the sun, the wind drives, and the sun goes down from heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east, so it is so guided that he comes to the appropriate portal and shines in the face of heaven. In this way, he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the fourth. And then it goes through the next several verses, just the cycle of the sun, how it goes 30 days through portal 4, and then it moves to portal 5, portal 6. We go all the way through to verse 32. And on that day, the night decreases and the amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly 364 days. So most people stop right there and they say, that's it, 364 days. There we go, that's the calendar. But they forget the cycle has to start back over. The sun has to travel from the west gate, number 3, back through the north and down into the east gate, number 4, to reset the year. There's our extra day. The sun has to travel through this space. Charlie sees it as this is where the sun's coming in for its rest. The moon is going to give us, equal, not the moon, but we have equal day and night, and it ends. The sun gets a rest, and then it restarts in the fourth portal on the east. But it says that when it ends, we have equal part day and night, and it ends in the west portal, gate 3. So we have this missing time right here. We have to go verse 5 through 32, go back to 5. Just keep reading it in that circle, and that's the course of a year. It has to move back to its home portal. So naturally, I have to go to the North Pole, right? And I have to track this. I have to see this moving through the north. I found a guy on YouTube who shows a whole year in the North Pole. And he shows how 6 months they have light and 6 months they have darkness. What's super ironic is on March 15th, there's still complete darkness. But on March 16th, the sun starts shining again. So it proves how the sun goes back through the north and falls and ascends back into that gate to bring in the equinox. Because the North Pole starts getting light on March 16th every year.
Boom. Wow. Yeah.
So I don't know if I lost anybody. I'm not always the best at explaining things, and for some reason, reading, I always get super nervous. But
What? Oh, sorry. That was beautiful. I got chills. Sorry, my daughter's calling me.
Yeah, no, I think
Like
that's
your
just more
day sometimes.
confirmation.
That was great.
Yeah.
so I haven't heard anybody teach on the sun returning back to gate 4. There has to be time for the sun to get from the west third portal where it ends back to the fourth portal where it begins in the east.
So on the equinox, sorry, it turns to the North Pole, and between the equinox and equinox, it goes in the East Gate.
Yes.
It travels to the East Gate in those 3 days.
Yep.
Yeah.
It does.
Okay.
Yep.
It's always, that's amazing because it's always showing these day 1, day 2, and day 3. You know, those are always going to be the days that there was no sun, moon, or stars yet in
Right.
creation week. Wow.
So in the
Which is-
chat, I'm going to show just a simple Google search, and it shows day 15 they have no sun. Day 16 they have sun. And then I can share the YouTube link if you guys want to actually see the rotation of the sun for a full year. He goes over it, showing how they have 6 months of day, they have 6 months where it's daylight all the time and 6 months where it's night. And then you can see where that sun comes back in, and by the equinox they have light again.
Wow. That's actually really awesome. 'Cause that's
Yeah,
just more confirmation.
it's more proof. Yeah, it's just layer upon layer of proof. So Sister Charlie is seeing the menorah set up a little bit differently than the way we normally would see it, just 1 through 7. She's seeing number 7 being the center of the menorah because that's our Sabbath, and where the sun crosses over the north, it's like a break for the sun because it's not really being counted until it drops back into the gate 4. But I'm going to let her explain that. She's not on this call, but that was something that Yah had revealed to her. So once she gets her presentation together, it would be a lot easier to visualize that.
Well, do you want to do that tomorrow? We'll set up another time for tomorrow to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I
let's
mean, as
do it.
long as it works for her. I think she's on UK time.
Yeah, Sister Charlie, you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly where she is, but yeah, if we can
No,
coordinate with.
she said she wants to meet tomorrow, so let's do it. Right?
Okay,
She said
perfect.
yeah, let's do it. Let's do it here, and we'll record it. That'll be perfect.
Yeah.
Jeremy or Katrina, who has the recording? Can we have the recording as well so we can go
Yeah,
through
sister.
everything?
It will be posted in the chat, in this chat.
Oh,
Yeah,
great. Okay.
I'm gonna post it in the
Post it.
chat and then I'll pin it.
Yeah, we'll pin it.
And
Okay.
then tomorrow I'm gonna work on getting it on YouTube, just like the other ones on YouTube as well. It's gonna be on my channel there. So I'll
Okay.
put the recording. I'll have it pinned right here in the chat, and then I'm working on getting it on YouTube as well. And I'll include this little segment of recording as well.
Jeremy, you have an account on YouTube?
Yeah, I shared it in the chat. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I'll reply to it. A lot's going on in chat. Let's see.
Yeah, does anyone have any questions for Adrian? Any kind of confirmations, anything that you're experiencing? I just had chills all over my body. That's
Yeah, because it's honestly it's confirmation for me, and it's confirmation what Sister Marissa found with those the signs in the stars. The pictures that I shared earlier, and it's just confirmation after confirmation, like I was saying earlier. And the longer we search this out, I'm sure there's even more confirmations that we
yeah,
haven't even.
because then we're gonna have Ken Henderson, and he focuses on the stars. And I would love to get in touch with anyone who knows the stars really well. I'm
So I had Marissa use the app that she uses to locate the stars, and I said, I need to know in Jerusalem, from Jerusalem, does the Spica star come up on the day of the equinox? And she screenshot it. It was perfect. We start the day with confirmation of the sun, the straight line shadow, it going straight into the tabernacle. And we end at the very last second before the day breaks. Pop, there's the Spica star right above the horizon, right before the next day starts. So you have confirmation from sunrise to sunrise. It was absolutely beautiful.
Now,
Wow.
spike, is that the barley?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that the bunch of barley that the woman is holding?
Yes, Virgo. Correct.
Okay.
I
Oh,
know these are
it's
Greek
Virgo.
names, but I don't know their non-Greek names.
Okay. Well, I was trying to think of the name of that, the woman in the stars, but it's called Virgo. Okay. Well, that makes sense. And she's holding the barley, the bunch of barley, and that bunch of barley is a star called Spica. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct. If I'm saying it correct, but it means grain, ripened grain, I think is what it means.
Oh, okay. And it's a star called Spica.
Yes, like Spica is how it's spelt, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. I knew Spica was in there, but I wasn't sure Spica was the analogy or if it was the actual name of the star or what. But I knew the barley that she was holding on to was part of that.
Yes, and I think it confirms again with the first fruits because it also represents the wheat. But I don't hold me to that. I just heard that once.
Okay.
That
Oh,
something it
this is
moves just right.
Okay. So this is where they all get that they're supposed to be sighting the barley over there in Jerusalem and looking for the grain, and if it doesn't ripen in time, then they flip to the next month and all that nonsense.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, for Pete's sakes.
Yeah, more of that hidden in plain sight type of stuff.
Yeah, I always wondered where that came from, but okay.
Well, you got to think that, Abraham, he had to have seen the whole plan in the stars. He wasn't given, in our understanding, he wasn't given this layout like Moses gave the people. He just had faith, and Yah just walked him through it. And he just got up, left his home, and followed wherever Yah. There was no ripened barley in Jerusalem that he had to wait for. And YAHUAH is the same from the beginning to the end.
Mm.
So the whole entire creation plan from beginning to end is in the stars. We just don't know them anymore.
Well, they were so much more educated in all that stuff than we are today.
Right. And they didn't have people spraying skies to keep them under clouds for several weeks in a row.
Yep, that's true. They're trying to hide it all from us.
Yes, ma'am.
People are waking up to the truth, so they're doubling down in hiding the truth.
Yes, I
Oh,
believe
yeah,
that too.
That's how they work.
But for me, that was just confirmation that if you read 72 verses 5 through 32 of Enoch and start back up at verse 5 again, you will see that the sun has to move back to its portal to start the year. And it's as if it's moving during the first 3 creation days where it didn't quite exist yet. And then it comes in on day 4 and it's like time commence. It is
That's
here.
such an
Start
amazing
countdown.
analogy. Yeah.
It's really amazing because it's always around day 1, 2, and 3 where the sun and stars and moon did not exist yet.
Right.
Where the
I mean-
what? Where the what, Jeremy? Can you talk louder?
Sorry, it's the days. So day 1, 2, and 3, the stars, like the sun, moon, and stars did not exist. They were created on day 4. So what all this is basically showing is all this is centered around or showing the creation week days, the first 3 days before there was a sun, a moon, and stars to actually, because they're the timekeepers. That's when time starts being kept, which is
Right.
why it's the end of the months and all this. But it's always showing like, hey, these are going to be the 3 days they weren't made yet. So there's these specific signs in the heavens, and these are going to be the signs when the year is going to reset. So the yearly cycle reset, boom, right there, right in the heavens, right on the earth, right everywhere. Like, it's just amazing to me. Like, it blows my mind just how many things point to this.
I mean, at this point, I get to a point in my understanding where I'm like, okay, I know that this is it. This is what he means. Then I have to go in and I have to start trying to disprove it from every single angle, because at some point in my life, or if not my life, I'm going to be part of some group of people, wink wink, Jeremy, wink wink, Katrina, you all, that's going to end up going head to head, and I've got to know every single angle, everything that someone's going to say. Well, what about this, what about this? And I have read parts of Enoch, but this time I'm like, wow, okay, I get it. Now I have to try to disprove it, and I can't disprove it at all. Every time I try to disprove it, I get more confirmation.
Yeah, and that's the exact reason why they try to discredit it. They try to hide it. They try to say, "Oh, don't even read that." And then you got all these people on YouTube who truly, in my opinion, have never read it, and they're just cherry picking verses and parroting what someone else has told them about it. And if you've read the Book of Enoch, if you read it many times like me, you'll know exactly like what they're doing there because you can see the context. It's just like all the rest of scriptures. There's always context in it. We can't just pick like this one line that's going to fit. We have to go through the whole chapter, the whole book, like everything. So when they take these verses out of context in the Book of Enoch and they try to make it say things it's not saying, they do the same thing with the Book of Jubilees. And it's just they try to discredit these very important books. And there's a reason why. And when you dig into the why, you know, what we're talking about right now is exactly why. You know.
Right. Well, it's like, so when we first came into this, we followed the sliver of the moon. We just did what most people do, just follow suit to what did the Jews do. And 73 and 74 of First Enoch was constantly used as to why we follow the moon. Now, when I read it, all I see is why you don't follow the moon. She's so far behind the sun. Like, if we follow the moon, we fall behind.
Exactly. And see, I actually never followed a sliver moon or anything like that because it was always confusing to me. And that's why when Yahuwah first opened my eyes, within the first year, because I saw these debates on the calendar, I prayed about it. And like I said, a sister sent me a message of Zadok Way's video of the brother giving his presentation. And I was like, this is it. But yeah, it's that, you know, some people do wake up and, you know, they're following the sliver moon and stuff. And, you know, when we're coming out of Christianity, coming into Torah, we think some of us have that mindset like, oh, the Jews have it right because they're doing these things, right? So then we want to follow them. But then when you study into that, you realize, well, they aren't really who they're portraying themselves as. It just goes, like, it all connects, literally, it all connects back to Satan and that original lie in the garden. Like, did Yahuwah really say? Well, of course he did. It's written in all these books. It's written. Why do you think there's so much persecution against these books? It's because when you read them, you start to learn this information. And when you search into the history of why these books are no longer in the canon and things like that, you'll see it's because, oh, it was Rabbi Akiba and Constantine all working together, the harlot riding the beast since before Messiah's time. They've been working together this entire time to create this deception of secular religion, like, oh, Judaic Christian or, Jewish. These things, like, they're not even, the Jews do not follow the Torah at all. They say you need to read this Babylonian Talmud to even understand what the Torah is saying. When the Torah is literally saying, no, don't put anything above these words right here. So they're denying Messiah because Messiah is the written word. And then when you come to Christianity, they're saying, oh, the law is done away with, this, that, and another thing. And they're denying Messiah because he's the written word as well. Because it's all saying the same thing front to back. It's just this whole web of deception, and there's a lot of booby traps. And the truth is out there. It's sprinkled out throughout all of this. And it's just we have to learn the discernment. And when Yahuwah is showing us confirmations, especially like these, like that's how he talks to me. I'm not sure if it's that way for anybody else, but when I pray or ask for something, like he gives confirmations just like that, like something else will be brought up and it's about that same exact subject. Or something will come on and it's literally about the same subject. And it's like, all right, this is Yahuwah speaking, Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt what you were saying though, Sister Adrian.
I'm sorry, ask that again.
Oh, never mind. I was just saying I didn't mean to interrupt if you were.
Oh, no, you're fine. You just confirmed everything that we were speaking of, so.
And it's also why we need each other. We're different members of the same body. And, some of us are really good in the history about things. Some of us are good with, calculating the moon or whatever because we've been there. Some of us are really good with understanding the stars. And I think this is where we need to really come together. And all the people with this knowledge, we got to work together and just get more confirmation, and be able to present it, to keep sharing the truth with others. So we'll have that snowball effect. And, just present it humbly and present it through scriptures. That's really all it takes, just presenting out scriptures, walking through the scriptures. Everything we've said here is found in all the scriptures. It's just we got to diligently search it out. And then when you start seeing these things, the more you read it, that's when all these other things start popping out. And you're like, wow, that's what that meant. Like, it's like coming out of Christianity to Torah. Like you don't understand what the Old Testament's saying because you have this, Christian mindset on everything. But then when you realize, oh, hey, it's not what Christianity's saying. Like all these things absolutely apply. Then you're like, wow, now that makes sense why it's saying. And it's the same thing, just with every subject, I believe. Does anybody have anything else they would like to add, or any questions, or whatever?
Are you going to be posting the earlier chat? I missed most of it today. And so I assume you probably talked about the calendar, and will you be posting that in a video?
Yeah, so I'm gonna share. So I have the recording. I'll share it in the chat as soon as we're finished here.
Okay.
And then I'll
Thank
share,
you.
this is also being recorded as well. So I'll just, because Telegram only lets you record 4 hours, is what I found out. So we've been having like a 6 or 7 hour chat so far. So it's gonna have to be 2 separate recordings, but I'm also gonna work on getting them up on YouTube as well tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. I appreciate being able to fellowship with others like this, far and wide.
exactly. We are few and far between, and right now,
Where's
sometimes online is the only way we can connect at the moment.
yeah?
Yeah,
Where's everybody from?
where is everybody?
So,
Right
me,
here.
Indianapolis.
I'm in Phoenix, Arizona right now.
Katrina, you're in Pennsylvania, aren't you?
Yeah, she's in Pennsylvania.
Oh wow.
Adrian, where are you?
Yeah, Pennsylvania, where all the drones are flying overhead.
Yeah.
Uh,
Ah, well, my mom Jennifer and I are from Missouri.
I'm from
Uh,
where?
Missouri.
We're from Missouri.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of brothers and sisters out in Missouri. I think that's where Marissa is, which I thought I saw her in chat again, but she must have left again. But yeah, there's a
Where are
lot
you?
of brothers. Sorry.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
see. We've got a few from other countries. I've heard some accents.
Yeah, I know we got the land down under in the house, Australia. We got
Oh,
UK, Italy.
awesome.
Yeah, there's a sister from Italy in chat. Um, yeah, we're from all over. Like, it,
Oh, that is
amazing.
awesome.
Yeah, we got comments in the chat. So, yeah, Jermaine is far north, Queensland, Australia. And then Michael is Washington State. And Andrea is California, but from Romania. And Dottie in Texas. Yeah, we're the remnant scattered all across the earth, man.
Yep.
Just like what Scripture says.
We're from Indiana.
Adrian, you're in
Indiana.
Indiana, so am I.
Oh, look at that.
We're in southern Indiana. Where are you?
Near Indianapolis, Brownsburg. Yeah, yeah. Do
We're
you
not
have
too far from there. Maybe a couple hours. We live near
yeah.
Bedford.
You live near where?
Bedford?
Oh, okay. Do you go to any of those Shabbat groups like in Springville or Edinburgh or anywhere?
We've been to one, but Yah didn't want us there.
Okay.
It didn't work out. But other than that, no. We kind of just stayed home. But in the winter time, we don't really get out much.
Yeah. I like staying home, but I go to a few groups once in a while, about once a month.
Yeah, it's good to get out every now and then, I think.
Yeah. I've noticed the potlucks in the Torah groups are fabulous.
Yeah,
Uh,
everyone
the
just
food is
brings their
always
own.
clean
Yeah,
and very wholesome.
that's what it's all
Very
about,
different
gathering.
from the Baptist potlucks, where there's always pork and canned beans.
Yeah, exactly. You got pork, canned beans, shellfish,
Yeah,
just that unclean stuff. Yeah. And that's what I do like about the Torah community because they know like foods we need to eat clean. There's, we have to adhere to Yahuwah's laws and commands, things like that. Like, granted, not all of them quite bear the fruits of that all the time, but there are ones out there that do, and it's just we got to find them, all come
yeah,
together,
yeah.
sift through the chaff, basically.
Yeah. My friend Annie found a lot of groups in Indiana. I was real surprised. I don't even know how she found them all, but there seem to be all over.
Yeah, there's supposedly some here in Phoenix as well, but I have a hard
Yeah.
time finding them. You would think it would be easier in like a bigger city, but
None of them want to talk about the calendar, though. It's
yeah,
a
that
real hush
that
hush subject. I'm like, come on,
that
you guys, let's discuss it. I says, let's have some discussions about it. And because come feast time, there's like five,
yeah,
I mean, I noticed like 4 or 5 different dates that everybody's going to, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. I says, let's
yeah,
have some good biblical discussions, and nobody wants to touch it.
yeah. Or if you do touch it, they take offense or they're taking it personally, and then comes in with the attacks and the persecution, and it just ends up ugly.
Yeah. And
And it's
most want to stick with the Jew calendar,
yeah,
because they're supposedly the all holy people. Ugh.
yeah. And see that was my problem as well because there are like messianic groups around here, but they have that traditions of the Judaism all throughout it, and they're observing a different calendar, and it's like, well, I'm not gonna go observe festival days with them because that's bearing a false witness, to be honest. Like, especially
Yeah.
if you can't bring up the calendar and you're just, oh, well, we're just gonna go observe together, just in love. So like, sure, I get it, but I strongly that's against what I believe because if we're talking about the true calendar, we're sharing the calendar, we're sharing all this evidence, and then we're just going to it like some Babylonian calendar festival, like that's bearing a false witness.
Yeah. And
And I
to
don't
me,
believe
it's
we should do
let
that.
differently. It's not to not share it. That's not being loving.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you're going over there and you're gonna say, hey, look, guys, like this is the calendar, I believe you're not on the proper days, and let's walk this out so we can get everybody on just the proper days. Like that's a different story if you're going to make a presentation. But if you're going there for the whole time, you're observing Sukkot on a different calendar than the one you believe. Like truly, if you think about it, it's bearing a false witness, and especially if you're not going to bring up the truth. Like, hey, guys, let's look into the history of where moon following and moon sighting came from. And you go to the Babylonian calendar, boom, there it all is, laid out exactly how they still do it today. You
Yeah.
point this out,
All
they're
the
just like, oh, yeah.
mistranslations aren't helpful, and I've noticed even in the Sefer, they
Oh,
push the
yeah.
moon thing,
Yeah, it's
like
because
in Jubilees.
Dr. P has a very biased translation with the Sefer. Um, I've brought a lot of questions to him about it, and he just has this very, kind of brush it off. And I've been studying this. I have like 1,000 linguistic people working under me, and so forth. That pride comes in, and it's just you could tell in his translation, it's very biased towards his own theology. versus what it should actually be saying. He kind of twists up words here and there and changes verses and so
Yeah.
forth to make it fit what he's wanting to present.
Well, I've noticed in some of his speeches or talks, he pushes the Israel thing.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know, we all
exactly.
got to bless Israel, even though it's a Rothschild creation.
Yeah. Go bless the Rothschilds. Yeah. No thanks. Like and that's really the main problem with like that's why we were talking about earlier, you know, what translation is the best, this and that. Well, honestly, get all of them, test all of them, search them all out, and test them to each other.
Yeah.
See, there's not one that's going to line up with another one, and it's just that
Well,
that confusion that Babylon has put into everything.
I noticed the YAH scriptures put out a lot of free PDFs, and even I found a free app, and so I compare them side by side, the YAH scriptures or the Sefer with some
Yeah,
others, and the YAH scriptures is usually the one that's different, and so that's the
yeah.
one I usually will believe.
They did put a lot of research into doing all that. There is some errors here and there, but for the most part, I like that translation as well.
Now,
Like I'm
is
saying,
the
there's
YAH
not like any perfect translation, but like I like God's scriptures.
yeah, and
You know,
I
it
found
has
I
all
don't
those
have
books
the
in it.
Hallelujah scriptures, but I think it's real close to the Hallelujah scriptures.
It is actually. That's so. Let me give a little background about that. So you know the scriptures, like
Mm-hmm.
the scriptures. That's the title of the Bible, the scriptures. Like
The
Institute for
scriptures.
Scriptural. Yeah, Institute for Scriptural Research. It's called the ISR. So basically, there's the scriptures. The 1998 version is actually on a Bible Hub, which is the one I go to a lot. And what Hallelujah Scriptures did is, so they knew the author of the scriptures, and they got really close to him, and they ended up stealing like the PDF copy of the scriptures. So what they did is that instead of having, you know, the modern Hebrew, how it says YAHUAH in like modern Hebrew in the scriptures, well, in the Hallelujah scriptures, all they did was change the modern Hebrew to the Paleo Hebrew. And then they put the Hallelujah scriptures. So if you take out Hallelujah from there, you get the scriptures. Why? Because that they literally took the scriptures, like Institute of Scriptural Research, their Bible, copied it word for word, just changed Yahuwah from modern Hebrew to Paleo Hebrew and put it out there and said, "Oh, look, this is what we came up with." Then they did a whole bashing of the authors of the scriptures, saying, "Oh, they're trying to steal our work and this and that," when they're the ones that stole their work. So then the people who created Yad Scripture actually found all this out, and they got proofs and evidence and all kinds of stuff. So what they did, they took the Hallelujah scriptures, basically did the same thing, but they proofread it and they went over it. They made like, because there was a lot of spelling errors in there, and they
Oh,
fixed all
really?
that. Yeah, they took all the like books of Enoch and Jubilees that the Hallelujah scriptures has, and they did the same with those, and they just included them into Yah's scriptures.
Huh. Oh, so that's why they're so close and they sound the same.
Yeah.
So is the YAH scriptures the same thing as the scriptures? Is that the same translation?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
Okay. I'm so
pretty
glad we
much.
found it. And what's amazing is that, yes, I tried forever to get an app of the Hallelujah scriptures, and they would send me this and send me that, and it wouldn't be it. And they say, well, you have
Yeah.
to go through this link. I never could get it.
Yeah,
And,
it's
and
because,
then,
oh,
yeah,
sorry.
then someone shared with me the YAH scripture app, and I'm like, this is great. Took me 2 seconds.
Yeah. And see, that's the thing is, so they're hiding behind this paywall. So they say, oh, you want a free copy? Just send us an email. We'll send you one. Well, the thing is, unless you give them a donation, then you're never going to get a free copy. Never. I know many brothers and sisters who've asked and emailed for one. They won't send one unless you get a donation, or you're willing to have like you and your family take a picture holding the Hallelujah scriptures and send it to them so they can use it on their board to say, oh, look, this family got a free scriptures. Just another, you know, to promote their grifting program.
Huh.
And, you know, this goes along, you know, what we were saying earlier, all these big and known people and names in the community, they're really just professional grifters. If you get down to the nitty gritty, you do the background research and all that, you'll see that nearly every single one of them are just professional grifters. And so they have truth here, they got truth there, and they've infiltrated the Torah community. And this has been a slow progression because I saw this, you know, back in 2017 when I first was into the Torah community. And you just slowly see the infiltration and these weird, strange doctrines creeping in left and right. And like, it just slowly happens. All these strange doctrines start coming into play, and, you know, people start drifting away and getting taken off the narrow path because they're listening to these men who are they seem to be speaking truth, and they seem to be going through scriptures, but what they're doing is twisting it just like everybody else and trying to get it to fit what they say, and then, you know, hiding behind paywalls, making you pay for this and that. You know, you want my research, you're gonna have to pay for it. And it's just this small circle of truth they will keep everybody in. Like, you can't go outside of it. It's the same thing with like the mainstream news. It's just this small circle of truth they're going to tell you just to keep you in that loop continuously, never going outside of it. The same thing with, you know, the intercalation with the Zadok calendar. So when is it? When is it? How, where, and when? And it's just the same loop, never going outside of it, and nothing ever gets accomplished. You know, this is why we got to be willing to go outside the box per se, and, you know, take a deeper look into what scriptures is actually saying. And when we do that, we can find these missing like puzzle pieces that YAHUAH will show us. And then that's what we take and we present. And then when we present it, we find out, hey, there's others who found the same thing. Like, literally, we've not studied together, but we found the same exact thing. And that's how it snowballs. It's all praise to the Most High.
Wow. Well, he uses different people to bring in different pieces of that puzzle, and then together we can put the puzzle together.
Exactly.
So I really appreciate all you puzzle people, puzzle put togethers.
Yeah, it's not an easy job.
Especially when you're getting bashed by other people online. That's awful.
Yeah, and that's
I wonder
why.
if they've blocked me yet. I made a few comments nicely, I think, but I think they'll probably block me.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, we can't just go around blocking people because they have a different point of view on something. Like, why not test that point of view?
Well,
Because maybe
yeah,
we
he
could be
says
on.
if you have bad fruit, they'll block you. Well, it's according to him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
You know,
it's
even the disciples disagreed on a lot of stuff too, you know, and that's where the whole, you know, come let's reason together falls in. And good thing they didn't have Facebook back then, or blocking would have happened.
yeah.
There'd be so
Blocked.
many. Yeah, there'd be so
Yeah,
much
it's
censoring.
yeah, and that's why I don't think, you know, we should be going around just blocking everybody. Like, sure, there are some extreme cases where it should be done, especially if, like,
I've had
I'm
to
sure you
block
guys know of
before
examples.
because of
But
harassment. Sometimes
yeah,
people
yeah,
get very nasty and harass, and they become a stumbling block to truth that you're trying to share. And
yeah,
I've had one time block somebody because I mean they got downright nasty. I went, okay, we don't need this. I'm presenting
Yeah, or
something to look into. I'm not saying, oh, you better believe. I'm saying look into it. And they just got very, yeah. It just
yeah,
I had to
yeah.
block them. It was bad.
Yeah, like there's extreme cases like that, some will just keep like bugging you in your inbox constantly with the mocking and the scoffing and name calling. And it's like there is instances where blocking should happen, but they're taking it to this extreme method where like, oh, like you have bad fruit for like this group, for example, and it's bad fruit according to what whoever is in control of this group is thinking. Like I just checked a few minutes ago and I was blocked for this group and I didn't even post any bad comments. I was literally walking through scriptures again with a brother in there. And I was like, all right, let's walk this through scriptures. Nothing but scriptures. And I got blocked and removed. Can't even see the channel anymore. And it's
Wow.
quote unquote bad fruit. And it's like, so when is presenting scriptures or trying to reason together in scriptures bad fruit? Like the bad fruit is really the one who pushed that post, honestly.
Yeah.
But
Hey, just remember with the disciples, it said that in Acts, they were Akkad in all things. The things that they had the most issues with is the conversion of Gentiles. Like, what is salvation for them? And do they do this? It seemed like that's where they had the hardest time coming together in agreement.
yeah,
Some seemed really hard, like, no, it needs to be like this. And some were like, no, just let them come in and hear the scriptures being read. And, so when it came to the calendar, when it came to the Torah, the understanding of it, they were Akkad. I mean, they just had the best teacher ever.
yeah. Yeah, it's the foundational issues that they were all Yachad on. And and that's what it really is. Because if we're all doing our best to follow the Torah, we're all doing our best to understand it in the best of our knowledge. That's the foundation right there. If we're taking it to the Father and we're doing all these things in fear and reverence of Yahuwah, and that just kind of shows there is going to be small differences here and there on these certain small subjects. But issues like with the calendar, like it shouldn't be something that causes division because it can be clearly shown through scripture. Issues with the Torah itself, it's right there written in scriptures. So these are all the foundational issues or the foundational things that we shouldn't have issues with. Yeah. Common thread through all scripture is to repent and return to Torah. Exactly. Yeah, whatever happened to adult conversation?
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like how if we can't have a conversation and we're unwilling to have what we present be tested, like what is our foundation? Because the truth isn't going to fall. So we shouldn't fear that testing if it's the truth. So if we're going to present something, we have all this evidence. I think that the conversations will help, chisel out all the questions everyone else would have. And they're like, whoa, hey, well, there's the answer right there, in scriptures. And that's really all it takes.
Well, what's really upsetting is, of course, the mistranslations. And when it comes to this calendar and using the new moon, I looked up Enoch 74:12 in the Sefer. Well, it doesn't even have the verses numbered right. So it comes down to verse 13 in Enoch 74. It says, the moon brings in all the years exactly. Of course, this is what Adam Finkelstein used in his video on Jubilees, discrediting it. And when he you know, when he and others are promoting the moon calendar, they all these verses that say the new, you know, the new moon, the new month. And then here in Enoch it says the moon brings in all the years exactly. Okay, well, of course, you look it up in the Yah scriptures. That's not what it says at all. In the Yah scriptures, it says the sun and the stars.
Yeah, exactly. And to that, so that's the whole problem with it saying the moon there as well, is that's a grave mistranslation. But if you're reading all around those verses, Enoch's literally describing how the moon's going to be off by like a lot of days. So if he's saying how, oh, the moon's going to be off, it's not going to do this, it's going to come in wrong. And then he's going and saying, oh, well, the moon brings in all the years exactly. That would literally be a contradictory statement to everything else around what's written in there.
That is a very good point. I'm glad you brought that up. Because if we're reading scripture that like one verse, like, you know, Enoch 74:13 in the Sefer, it says, and the moon brings in the Sabbaths and the feast. Well, in the Yah scriptures, it says the sun and the stars, but if we look at everything around it, you're right, it does. It does discredit the moon from, I mean, it discredits its own verse in that very one chapter. It's
Yeah,
contradicted in one chapter.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing where a lot of people don't see it. And like that verse in Psalms, I forget, you know, the moon followers are always trying to use to say, oh, look, it says blow the shofar on the new moon, on the full moon. Well, that in itself is a contradictory statement, because which one is it, a new moon or a full moon? And like right there in its own verse. And they're trying to use that verse to say, oh, look, this is talking about following a moon. And it's like,
That's
well,
a good
look, there's two phases of the moon in there. So which one is it? Clearly, that's it's a lying pen of the scribes move.
what do you know what verse that is in Psalms? I want to bookmark that.
Katrina
Anybody
knows
know?
my heart. Do you remember? You remember which verse that is, Katrina? Because they always use it. It's Psalms, or if anybody else knows it.
Can you say
Let me
again
look.
the verse? I wasn't paying attention.
So
Which verse was it?
it's in Psalms. Here, I'll look it up real quick.
It's about the new moon bringing in the month, and it talks about the full moon in the same verse.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it Psalm 81:4?
I mean, Katrina's always
I'm
saying,
look.
well, where does scripture say the new moon is a full moon or the first sliver? I mean, Katrina, you are always saying that to people, and it really makes people think, oh, well, which is
Psalms
it?
81:3. Is it Psalms 81:3?
Blow the
I
ram's
think
horn
it
at the
is.
time of the new moon at the
Oh yeah,
covering on our
that's
festival day.
mistranslated. That doesn't say that in the Hebrew.
See, that's
Yeah,
the
yeah. That's what we were just talking about.
that's the
So
Yah scripture.
Psalms 81, 83. It was Psalms 83 or 81:3. Blow on the Kodesh shofar on the cover for the day we celebrate. That's what it says in the Hebrew. If you translate it, and then so it says blow the shofar on the first day of the Kodesh we celebrate.
That's the
Yeah.
month.
And,
Yeah,
yep.
it's a
The
mistranslation.
4 intercalary days. Yeah.
So even the Yah scriptures is translating it incorrectly.
Yeah. That's what I was saying earlier. There's some things in there that are a bit they're translated incorrectly still, but I mean, it's still a good version. It's just,
Well, I
there's
guess when you
some
study
spots
again,
in there it still says,
yeah.
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's a really good point. I'll be aware
Because,
of that, Jeremy.
yeah. So basically, here's the thing: is new moon is not a word in scriptures at all. Not once, not anywhere.
Anywhere.
So when you
huh?
take, not anywhere. So the
Wow.
word for new moon in the true Hebrew, the word for new moon would be YAHUAH. Go and look for that word anywhere in the Strong's Concordance or anything. You will not find it once. Why is it
Oh.
YAHUAH? Well, because Yarah is the moon. Ha means new. Ha is also the root word for Chodesh, which is the word for the month, which is what they mistranslate into new moon. But
Why?
you will find Ha Hodesh as in new month or head of the month. You'll find Rosh Hodesh, like head of the month. But you will not find Rosh Yarah. You will not find Ha Yarah.
Wow.
Nothing like that.
So wherever in any translation it says new moon, that's incorrect.
It doesn't.
It doesn't exist.
Exactly. It doesn't.
Whenever it says
Even in Jubilees.
wow.
Even in Jubilees, it says on the new moon of the first month or and so forth. It's not saying new moons. It's saying at the head of the first month and the head of the third month and so forth.
Wow. Well, the only way you can know that is by studying. And it says study.
So it's
you
not
know.
even
Yeah.
saying head.
What was that?
Wait, what's that again?
Sorry.
I didn't hear you.
So it's not even saying month.
No, it says months because Kodesh, that means months.
Um,
It's the renewal of the month that happens every 30 days. So Chodesh, it's the word for month in Hebrew.
and month and moon are not interchangeable.
Yeah, exactly. So Chodesh has nothing to do with Yarach, which Yarach is the Hebrew word for moon.
Wow.
So
They
if we
really-
take the word, yeah, like the word, so the word for new is cha. So the word for new moon would be cha yirah. But like I said, go look that up, and you will not find it once in the Strong's Concordance.
Wow.
Not once.
They sure have done a number on the people of the world, haven't they?
They really have.
I mean, I can see why people get this wrong because it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
True.
Everywhere you look, it says new moon.
And it doesn't. What I've come to find is everywhere where they insert new moon, it's literally talking about these heads of the month or the 4 intercalated days that happen every season.
At the head of the month? Really?
Yep.
Really? That's what you found?
It's the 30. It's going to be that 31st day every third month. You know, the 30, 30, 31.
Oh, is that
That's
Hodesh? Rosh Hodesh is the
yeah. Rosh Chodesh, especially that literally means head of the month.
sorry, I have
There's
the
Ha
kids on
Chodesh.
me right now, but wait. So are you
Yeah,
just
no worries.
saying that like I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding. So when it says Kodesh, it means month, right? And then or is it I'm
Yeah. So yeah. Hey, shalom, Clinton. So. So when it's saying Chodesh, that's talking about the month. And then you'll also see Ha Chodesh, which is new month. And then you'll see Rosh Chodesh, which is head of the months.
When
So
it says head of the month, that means the intercalary day?
yeah, that's definitely the intercalary days. And sometimes even when it says Ha Chodesh or new month, it's referring to one of these days as well. Like not in all instances, but in a lot of the cases where they insert new moon, it's talking about one of these 4 intercalated days. Or it's talking about just a month. And like it's never going to say new moon anywhere in there. there's never any example of, Moses sighting a new moon. Like, if anybody was going to give an example, it would be Moses.
So then, what do you
And,
think the moon are for then? What do you think? Anybody have
I think
any
it's just,
insight?
I think it's like we were saying earlier, it's just the witness to these things. So it's not going to be a consistent yearly witness, but it's still going to give a witness to them. And then it's also for giving lights in the darkness, like at night, because that's when its appointed time is.
Sorry. So when in Psalms, when it says the moon was appointed for seasons, the sun knoweth it's going down. That kind
Yeah.
of sounds like it's almost there.
Yeah. So
Sorry, go ahead.
no, no. So that's actually one of the verses they try to use a lot. And so the word that is used for season there is moed, which is talking about the moon. The moon's appointed time is going to be for the season when those creatures of the night are out, which if you continue reading, that's what it says.
Oh, okay.
When the creatures of the night.
Sure.
So what it's really saying in that verse is the moon's appointed time is
Night.
the night when all these creatures are out.
Sure.
Because that's a verse a lot of the moon people, they like to use that one and say, look, see?
Right.
And it's just taken way out of context and isolated just so they can get it to fit what they're wanting it to.
Yeah. So I just posted like a list of verses where the word moon is used, and it's not always for appointed times. Like if he was talking about his appointed time, it would be something else. But moed just means set time. So we have in Genesis 21:2, for Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son at his old age at the set time. Guys, shh. Sorry. At the set time of which YAHUAH had spoken to him. So it wasn't like a feast day here. It was just moed, like a set time. So, and YAHUAH appointed a set time saying tomorrow YAHUAH will do this thing on the land. So it's just a set time. So when you look at Psalms 104 in context, it's just saying the moon is for night. That's when the
Right.
beasts come out to play. The sun is for daytime. So
Okay.
it's not, because they want to cherry pick these verses
Right.
and then make a doctrine and a calendar off of it.
Right.
We
Yeah, I can't do that.
can't do that.
Gotta go by many witnesses.
Now, I like the idea. I mean, again, this is just, thinking outside the box idea, but if anybody on here has seen Lost History of the Flat Earth, there are, and it's an interesting theory, because we don't really have any true maps, of where we live. And so they're in that documentary, they basically say that the world is a reflection of what the map looks like on the moon. So that's interesting.
Yeah,
if it's a witness, maybe that could be a witness, to where we truly are. I don't know.
Actually,
I've heard that.
it can be true, but I think it's about the fact that because we have this account spoken in the fact that the moon comes 10 days early. So a month has 30 days. Each year, the moon comes 10 days early. So, for instance, if you have a full moon this year in the 30th day of the month, the solar month, next year you will have it in the 20th day. Next year you will have it in the 10th day earlier, yeah? And next year you will have it back in the 30th day. So it resets every 3 years. Actually, the fourth year is back at the same time as it was in the first year. But this goes into, if you go into the Dead Sea Scrolls, you have the priesthood, and you have there the full moon. In that regard, you can actually trace to see in the 6 years of the priestly cycle, solar cycle, yeah, you can see and follow up that the priesthood that was in the full moon, for instance, it tells you the full moon in the priesthood in the first year is the same one as in the full moon is in the same day in the fourth year of priestly cycle. Although the priesthood comes back after 6 years, it resets after 6 years, but the moon does twice the cycle during the 6 priesthood years. I don't know if I'm clear. I don't know how to explain it other than that.
No, I see
So
what you're saying.
there's 2 cycles of the moon that goes in the cycle of the priesthood, of the 6-year priesthood. You know, when they go back and they reset to the Gamol, like the first priesthood, because they're like they're 24 priesthood in 6 years. They go back because they're only 52 weeks, you know, and they're twice in 48 weeks a year, so they need 6 more years in order to recycle 24 priesthoods. So it goes to the 6 years of priesthood to go back to the first gamul in the year. So, and this 6 it's a confirmation for the priesthood, basically the appointed times and the priesthood in those appointed times. It doesn't have anything to do to setting the calendar per se. It's just I don't know how to explain it. It's just
What I found interesting is what you said there is every 4th year, and that's exactly every 4th year is going to be when the second divider day gets added in as well.
For instance, the first year is the same with the 4th year. The second year is the same with the 5th year, and the 3rd year is the same with the 6th year. If you understand, I mean, it's twice the cycle of the moon in the cycle of the priesthood. So
Thank you, sister. I was needing this piece.
I'm sorry?
That what you said, that was a missing piece I couldn't figure out. Thank you so much for sharing that.
You're very welcome. So that's how it resets. Because 10 days early, 10 days early, 10 days early, in 3 years, it actually fulfills a month. And it starts all over again in the 4th year in the same spot where it was in the 1st year. If it was in the 15th day of the month, the full moon is the 15th day in the 1st year, is going to be in the 4th year, the same place. In the 15th day of the month is going to be full moon. You understand? Same thing. It moves faster. It comes faster in the month, 10 days until it fulfills the month, and it goes back to the same place, synchronized with the solar calendar. I don't know how to explain it in a different. That's how I understood it. Looking back and forth through the Dead Sea Scrolls and the explanation, there has to have a reason why we have it in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So in order for us to realize, okay, so this is the witness we have, you know, it's like we can't really use it to determine the calendar, but we can use it to determine the priesthood, if it's which year in the cycle it's the priesthood, you know, because we're all over the place, you know. So we have it for a reason. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, see, this is exactly why we all need each other, you know. Some of us can have this information that helps, you know, things click for others.
Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love this.
Yes, because we're cracking our brains on how to line up the priestly cycle. I just threw it off to the side. I was like, I'll deal with the moon later. But
that's the thing is everyone's.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they're trying to force it into the counting of the year, and like that's just not how it goes.
It doesn't, because it falls 10 days behind. She just said it and it just made sense. It just clicked.
I really liked how Davidson described it. You know, you have the moon calendar, you have the sun calendar, and YAHUAH's calendar is right in the middle of it, you know? All these different cycles, and his calendar can't exceed, you know, go beyond those 2 dividers, right? How about that? You have the 2 dividers. It's all about
dividers
division
and overlappers.
So I mean, they just keep his calendar in place, truthfully. And, you know, whether or not
Yeah.
this year the eclipses, now a lot of people want to say that, you know, Mystery Babylon is, or no, I'm sorry. They want to say that there is you know, something out there in space that makes the eclipses. Like this mother starship of Hasatan. I think Sean Griffin, his Investigating Babylon series, which, you know, could have some truth to it, but they like to say that this starship is actually what's going over the moon. I don't know how much I believe that, especially since we could get it in advance. I don't know. But oh, where was I going with that? I had a point.
The eclipses. The
Oh,
eclipses.
oh yeah, the eclipses ironically fell on the feast days of Passover and Shavuot, and I think we touched on that last video too. So both eclipses were inside the feast days of this year. And then we have the harvest moon on trumpets. Maybe that it could be a sign for that, or, you know, the moon lining up with the sun in the same gate on the equinoxes. The moon could be a sign for that. I just haven't tracked it out.
Yeah. Like no one's trying to like discredit the moon or anything like that, which is what some people believe that we're doing, and that's not the case. So it's clearly going to be a witness for these things. It's just it's not going to be used to determine anything to do with a year. That's it. Like it's not for the month, it's not for the Sabbaths. Jubilees makes this very clear. There was nobody there was nobody ever in any scriptures that's, citing a sliver moon and starting a Sabbath day or a feast day. Like it's just it doesn't exist. So to say we have to be citing moons and things like that, it's clearly going against scriptures. And it's not discrediting the moon or saying, "Oh, Yahuwah made it just for no reason," because he made it for a reason. We're just saying it's not being used, and it shouldn't be used in the reasons people using it for today. And they can't even agree within themselves. Kind of like the Zadok community can't agree how to intercalate. The moon community can't agree. Is it 1%, 2% sliver? Is it this side or that side? Like they don't even have full agreements on things. So it's just interesting, I think, how like the same thing happens on like both sides. There's no coincidences. Yeah, exactly. Just the fact that Babylon embraces the moon should be 100% suspect, because all throughout Scripture, we're told get out of Babylon, be no part of Babylon. So then, why are we doing exactly what they did to track their years? That can't possibly be correct, and in no way close to Yahuwah's calendar, like many of them claim. Like they're trying to say, "Oh, follow this sliver moon, and it's Yahuwah's perfect calendar." No, that's impossible. Literally, it's impossible because there is no example of how to cite a moon in scriptures, because it's not supposed to be done.
Jeremy, I have a question. At the beginning, you used the complete translation, the English translation of the Dead Sea Scroll, and you had another version.
Yeah.
You had like, what was it?
So it's basically going to be the translation of the same scrolls, just without the the author's additions and parentheses and such. So,
Do you
yeah, I
have a
can share.
link that you can share that you use like a site? I don't know. I tried to see it. I don't know.
Yeah, here I'll share it right now in the chat actually.
Oh, thank you.
So this is the one for 4Q321. And the other one is an article where it takes 4Q320 and it takes all those brackets and author's insertions out and just kind of shows, hey, it's really not talking about some specific phase of the moon here. And this is just an author's insertion of it. And so that's exactly
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
basically what I presented to Gina. And I was showing these things like, hey, look, every time it's talking about a phase of the moon, it's in parentheses. The same thing with 4Q321. Every time it's mentioning a phase of the moon, it's all in parentheses. We'll take all that out and let's get to just what the bare text is saying. And then that's when you realize, oh, none of these moon phases are actually in there. So what's really going on?
Here, take it. No, it's okay. Yeah. Mom,
Thank you.
Mom.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah, exactly. So all the scriptures.
Yeah, what are all those what are all the verses that said that we're going to not keep track of the Sabbath? That's
We were actually discussing that earlier, I think, weren't we? Or was it someone else I was discussing it with? But no, we were literally talking about the same thing. Huh?
Yes, we were discussing that earlier.
Yeah. And so we were saying, because people were like, oh, Yahuwah wouldn't allow his true Sabbath to be lost. Well,
I
the
need those
scriptures,
scriptures.
yeah, and it talks about how, they profane these days. So what else is going to happen? It's going to be lost to us. Do you happen to know those scriptures?
Off the top of my head, I
Yeah.
don't. I remember them, but I can never remember like the verses or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, we're looking it up.
Yeah, no worries.
What was
Can you refresh what the verses were exactly?
And this is gonna be me kind of paraphrasing, but oh gosh, I wish I remembered. Okay, so basically, man,
what
I'm
was
sorry, I'm like super distracted right now trying to get dinner together.
No worries.
how were you quoting it again?
So
Oh, this
here,
one's really good.
okay.
Second Chronicles 36:21. All this was to fulfill the word of YAHUAH spoken by Jeremiah, until the land has retrieved its lost Sabbaths during all the time it lies waste, it shall have rest while 70 years are fulfilled. Whoa.
Yes, that's when they were put in captivity. They went 490 years without a land rest. So Yah sent them to Babylon for the land to rest 70 years.
Yeah.
See, we got
Oh.
Ezekiel 22.
Lamentations 2:6. He had laid waste his tabernacle like a garden booth. He has demolished their tabernacle in Zion. Yahuwah has delivered feasts to Sabbath into oblivion, and the kings and priests into disgrace, and his holy indignation of his fury. Oh, this verse depicts a scenario where Due to severe punishment, the observation of the Sabbath in Zion has been forgotten or disregarded. Wow.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, I was paraphrasing, but I had all those different verses going through my head because, like I said, I was also trying to defend the Saturday Sabbath, but then, with other people saying that Yah wouldn't cause us to forget it, he most certainly did because not us per se, but our, ancestors, forefathers, whatever you want to call them, they did, and they profaned it, and were intermixing pagan stuff and trying to honor Yah, just like they did with the golden calf in the wilderness, right? And
Yeah.
so he's like, that's not how I want to be served on my holy set apart day. And so he left them over to a reprobate mind. And then those people, came and captured them and learned their calendars. So yeah, and then caused them to forget Yah's true calendar.
Yeah.
Limitations. I know that says that in Limitations, and I think in Jeremiah, Amos, and Hosea.
Yeah, and Ezekiel 22 verse 8 as well. I have it up right here. But it's saying, you have despised my holy things and profaned my Sabbath. And among you are slanderous men bent on bloodshed. Within you are those who eat on the mountain shrines and commit acts of indecency. And there's Nehemiah 13, verse 17 through 18. Yeah, Isaiah 58:3. There's actually quite a few verses about how they profane the Sabbath. And
Wait, let me get a pen. I gotta write these down because I just dropped a couple bombs in a group. And I'm gonna need that. Okay. Me and my truther bombs. Okay. Ezekiel
22.
Yeah, we definitely need to write these down for sure.
Yeah, I need to get a grab and go list. And
Yeah,
also add it to my pinned post. And brothers, sisters, if you get anything, I have a pinned post to try to organize everything on my Facebook. So if you get something, just throw it on there. So that all we have to do is just hand out one link and boom. Grab and go.
yeah.
Ezekiel 22 what?
I was just looking at that. Ezekiel 22. I think it was verse 8.
Yeah, verse 8.
You have despised that which is set apart to me, and you have profaned my Sabbaths.
These two. Mom, I don't want these diapers anymore.
All right.
They're too big for baby.
All right. Let them away. Good girl.
Baby.
Okay, Ezekiel, what were the other ones?
They're right there in the chat. Lamentations 2:6. Isaiah 58:13. Hosea 2:11. Jubilees 6:33. Yeah, Sister Adrian's getting them all in chat there.
Did we put someone to sleep?
I was just saying that. I was like, oh, I think someone went to sleep.
Yeah, right.
Well, that's okay. It is still, well, it's not really Sabbath anymore, but it's been a long day on the phone.
Oh, but it's been such a blessing. My goodness.
It's felt
Praise
so
God.
short.
I know,
know,
does
right?
it felt like there was just 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It really does.
truly.
I know it's not your guys' fault, but it caused me to make dinner really late. I was like, oh, I gotta start making dinner.
Yeah, I skipped out on dinner. My kids just had a whole bunch of fruit. Lots of fruit. I wasn't going to. I wasn't going. I wasn't gonna make anything today.
That sounds like a
Well,
puppy. That's snoring.
all right, all right, all right. So, okay. So, all right, I stopped that. Okay, so, all right. Well,
Oh, goodness.
okay, so all right, we have Ezekiel 22, Lamentations 2:6, Hosea 2:11, Jubilees 6:33. And okay, perfect.
Yeah, sorry guys, I didn't have all the thingies. Like I said, they come to my brain because I know I've seen them before, but
No, it's all good. No worries.
I can chat laugh. That was funny.
Okay, so all right, yeah. So yeah, I mean we up because people are coming up with, all the same things. Oh, the 7th day was stayed the same, and so and then also before before the 7th day Constantine, it was the Julian calendar that was a 10-day week, correct?
yes,
Yeah.
it was 10 days. No,
Yeah,
I thought
so
it was 8. Was it not 8?
I thought it was 10.
Wait, I'll look it up right now.
So I mean honestly, so
Babylon
if it
was
went
10. Egypt was 10. Rome was 8.
Okay, yeah, I thought so.
Could you write that up, because so many people want to say the 7 days have not changed, and now we have all these other ones that came before the 7th day, and how did they figure out when the 7th day was? If they had 10-day week, if they had an 8-day week, if they had all these different weeks. Thanks, Adrian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, oh, Constantine's gonna come across and then do things Yah's way? I don't think so.
Right.
You got everything else wrong.
Well,
My-
I think it's funny because what's the harm in trying this out? With scripture proven, like, is y'all gonna really be like, oh no, you must stay on the Gregorian week?
Seriously.
Yeah.
Don't try to do things by what is written.
Yeah, exactly. And it's that whole golden calf. Like, oh, we can't move Saturday.
Right.
Well, what if Saturday isn't the original date? And what if there are signs, just like Jubilee says, of when we're supposed to start the 7-day count? And there
Right.
is.
Well, and I was telling my mom this morning, these are divine appointments. His weekly Sabbath is a divine appointment. His appointed times are divine appointments. They're written on the heavenly tablets. And each time you see them talking about these feasts or Sabbaths, it literally says, they are honoring it with us when we're doing it. I was talking about, like, them in heaven. And if we're not meeting with them at the time that they are doing it, then we're missing that appointment. And what blessings could we possibly be missing if we're not meeting them at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, if you have a meeting at work or something of that nature, if you're going to be there early, you're not going to make it. If you're
Right.
going to be there late, you're not going to make it.
Right. And there's important instructions.
We have to have it.
Right. And there's important.
Yeah. And definitely, yeah, the important instructions for each day is laid out for what we should do. So we have to be there. We have to make them on time. And we have to follow the instructions to do so accordingly.
You know, I also read something this
Yeah.
morning that said, let me, I wrote it down. Let me, that the most of the Orthodox, let me read it. Okay, so apparently many Orthodox churches continue to use the Julian calendar for religious rites and dating of their major feasts. So to this day, they're still using the Julian calendar.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Which, and the Julian calendar, which I think that calendar was the one that was in observance in Yahushua. The Julian calendar.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
And
Yeah, I think it was.
they, so Julius Caesar, he moved the beginning of the year from March to January. So even in Yahushua's time, their new year started in January also, which is interesting.
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun.
Right.
It's pretty interesting. I'm reading this link and it says they said the day started at noon on the Julian calendar.
Was at 12 midnight.
And then now, yeah, it starts at midnight. That's interesting.
Yeah, right?
That's not people stuff.
Yeah, a lot of interesting topics, and it's pretty amazing coming together and studying these things out. Get a whole lot more.
So do you want to explain the sun's courses here with the sun gates? This picture that you just posted, Adrian? That's awesome. Oh, she's not here. Okay.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Father. Bless you.
The picture with the menorah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Someone had a question here. So are Eddie Chumney, Avi, and Monty controlled opposition to co-op the Zadok calendar to keep the Sabbath? Okay. So Eddie Chumney actually sent me his guys. Go in the other room. Shh, go in the other room and play. Eddie Chumney sent me part 2 of his series with Avi Ben Mordecai yesterday, and I have been flooding our Telegram chat with all this proof. But just as with the day starts, he doesn't see that. He doesn't see when a day starts, and he believes that the Jews over in the land are the real Judah. So he has two things working against him.
Nice.
Yeah, Avi Ben Mordecai did a whole series on Passion Week, and he was kind of off on it. Monty Judah just started this, but doesn't really talk about it as much. He's on the calendar, but I don't think he's heavily, getting into it. I think he's just following what, Torah is Light and Zadok Way and Ken Johnson is doing. So, could they be controlled opposition? Absolutely. We have to test the fruit. Just like I went to Eddie Chumney and I was trying to, to give all the proof for when a day begins, and he just kind of didn't say anything after I sent him all the information. He just kind of ghosts in and out. But I sent it. So it's like, well, this is on you then, right? He has a lot of the history, which is fabulous, but he's not seeing bits and pieces. So this is why, I got on a post today about, a kid that was burning up with a fever and they had to go to take them to the doctor. And it was tragic, and that they were given Tylenol to the child the whole day, right? And I was like, you have to be your own advocate. You have to be your own doctor. You have to be your own, just like what Adrian said, she needs this information 110%. So that she could feed it to others and her children, right? We can't just rely on other people to do it for us all the time. Just like how parents just want to go and whenever their kid is sick, take them to the doctor or give them the Tylenol, right? No, we have to be our own doctor. We have to make sure that their health and wellness comes before the sickness. And that's what we have to do with this calendar is we have to make sure that we know it really, really well inside and out, and that we're testing all the things because we've been wrong. We've been played. We've been wrong. So with Eddie Chumney, with Avi Ben Mordecai, with Sean Griffin, with Torah is Light, with Zadok Way, with Nick Vanderland, with Aaron, with Davidson. All these people have some of the truth, but they have bits and pieces. They have bits and pieces of the truth. They don't have all the facts. And we could see why. They all get confused on if it's an equilux or an equinox. They want to kind of place them as one thing and one thing only. So I'm trying to get to them. But they have to be willing to have a conversation. And they're not willing to have a conversation right now. So that's why we need to mount up, as a group and, share the truth in love as much as we possibly can, because we need this information to reach our brothers and sisters that are heading the congregations. Because, my goodness, what about that warning in scripture that says, if you are a teacher, you're going to be held with double judgment if you're teaching falsehood. Ugh.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
one scary verse that I never want to be, right? Like Jeremy, when we found out about the two days that we were going to name them in Enoch 82, I was like, you got to tell people, you can't share that video because we have falsehood in it, right? And he's like, it's okay. We're going to like clear it up in the next meeting. I'm like, I know, but like this one little thing, and it might be little to you. This one little thing could be a very big stumbling block, like our friend in our other group. He caught this. He's like, wait, you guys are not right. And we actually got this from Erin. We got this information. So she was teaching falsehood. We were listening to her. We're not hearing the Ruach, and we're falling into the same pit that we're trying to get out of. So we need to, moral of the story, we need to be our own advocate. We need to be the master of this calendar. We have to be guarding it with our life and making sure that it is protected and it goes forth properly. And so that it reaches Monty, Avi, Eddie, Davison, all the people that have so much right, but they're just these little tiny things. Like yeah. I digress.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why, it's important that we share this humbly and willing to be corrected if we have any mistakes. And, don't name bash or call or condemn people because, sometimes it takes a while to come to an understanding of things. And, we all have to be willing and ready to admit when we're wrong, especially when we are. And so I think just displaying the fruits, and we just continue to do it like that. We just continue
Yeah,
to be humble.
we build ourselves, make sure that we are doing it all and addressing this calendar, sharing this calendar in love. Just, so that our brothers and sisters out there the ones that are meant to get it they will get it. Look at all you.
Yeah.
Look at all of you. You're all here because you know that everything else is just not adding up. You just want all the proof. You're all here because, the Ruach is saying in you, we got to get it right this year. And I don't know if this was a Jubilee year or not, this one that we're in, I'm not sure. But it could be, how he set us free. He set us free. We're all on the same Saturday Sabbath. We're all coming in accord, and then next year it's going to be the divider. And
I felt sorry.
We have a lot of work to do. Go ahead.
I felt such relief whenever whenever I understood when a day starts. I mean, such relief because I didn't understand why so many people were saying to start my Sabbath in the evening.
Yeah. And I think that's an important factor for understanding a lot of what Scripture says as well. Because it's these small little puzzle pieces that will come together, and you're like, oh, wow, well, that makes more sense when you have.
I mean, because we live it every day, We
When I was in the world, knowing that a day started at sunrise, that's when the day starts. And then when I started going to the Adventist church and they're teaching, oh, it's sundown. They start the sundown. I went, huh? I was like, I thought it started when the sun rises in the morning.
So, wait, I just want to address this. Michael Casey. So, all Control Delete Jeremy's calendar. I mean, it is the right layout. He just took out the 16th, the day out of time, and he put it at the top of the last month, or the last month. He needs to have it.
So yes, I'm correcting the calendar. I'm making it's the layout. The layout's correct. I'm just I've got a different layout to better show where the divider days are going to be at.
Yeah.
Clinton wanted cupcakes.
I forgot to add also the winter marker days and such on the other calendar. So, yeah, I'm making a few corrections. There's a couple other small things I saw actually while I was remaking it. And I was like, well, how did that happen? Like, somehow day 4 got turned into day 6 on one of the months. And I don't even know how that happened. But, but yeah, I'm fixing it. I'm also working on getting it on a PDF file as well, so it's easier to print off. Yeah, it's a really awesome group. I love coming together and studying and gathering, and it's really amazing. You can truly feel the ruach, especially when so many things come to light, even in just these discussions. It's like, wow, so amazing. All praise to the Most High. Does anybody else have any more questions or comments or anything they'd like to say?
Well, just to switch a little bit to the conversation is like do you guys remember when Paul stays for 2 years in prison and he goes he's in Caesarea and Felix, it's, transfer his, ruling to Porcius Festus. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And Porcius Festus calls for the Agrippa which is the king, to judge him there because Paul asked to be judged by the king and not to be sent to Jerusalem. What I'm trying to say is that Porcius Festus, the one that ends up, judging him or like making a rulership over him in some regard, it's coming from Latin and means swine feast. That's what Porcius Festus means. So the one that is making a judgment over him, it's not, it just has such a bad name. It's such a meaningful name. And yes, it's the Feast of the Swine. That's exactly his name. The Porcius Festus, yes.
Yeah. It's very interesting how all these connections like that are made, and like you can just see, especially in like the Latin and the Greek and things like that. Like that's their language that they made, and like they have those hinted meanings like that, like that name meaning swine or pig or whatever, and it's just kind of funny. It really is.
You even think about it, it's like he wasn't the one that wanted to kill him. It was the Pharisees that came from Jerusalem, and Paul asked to stay there, not to go to Jerusalem because he knows he's going to get killed there. And he decides to stay under the pagans instead of going under the so-called religious group. So whenever there's some sort of religious spirit that thinks is right, you might end up being more. That's my point. You might end up being more stoned to the wall than when there's no understanding of it. So
Exactly.
it's gonna happen. We're gonna be put to the wall for any new idea, any new revelation.
And that, like I was saying, it's the persecution that shows, it's on the right track. Because, Satan doesn't persecute the lie. He wants the lie to perpetuate. It's a truth that's going to get persecuted. And especially if it can be proven out through scriptures, that's what Satan doesn't want. He wants just everybody to believe the lie, believe the deception, believe everything that we tell you about history, believe what we say about this and that and another thing. It's just, yeah, it's all that deception. So getting out of Babylon is the whole thing. And, Mystery Babylon, that's, in my opinion, it's this whole, Babylonian, Roman, Egyptian society that we have right now and all across the earth. Because we have like Babylonian cities, we have Roman government laws, and we got Egyptian obelisks and pyramids all over the place. So it's literally just all three of them mixed into one.
Yeah. On a different note, Paris, where they all just met uh, to worship the Queen of Heaven, Notre Dame. That's
Yeah,
what it
exactly.
means. It's Paris. It comes from per Isis. I mean, you don't really find right now anymore the reference to that, but there's still deep. So per Isis, it's the house of Isis. That's where the name comes from. But they tend to say it
Wow.
like a Greek. It has nothing to do with the Greek. It's Dematic. It's the language of the Pharisees or the Pharaohs, which we call
Yeah, yeah.
Pharisees. Yeah.
Wow,
So,
yeah.
So, have any of you heard that on Christmas Eve, the Pope is apparently going to do some kind of opening of a door ritual, which apparently they've never
Yeah.
done before.
Yeah, I've heard of this. He's
And
supposed
it's
to
going to
open.
be live streamed.
Yeah, that's
Like, what? Like, what does that mean? What are you?
they have so much buried underneath the Vatican. Like that's a bold move of them to play off. Like I wonder. I'm interested in what's going to happen there because that's something very significant. And they call these I think it's like Satan's room or Satan's chapel or something that's down there.
Yes, that it. Yeah, I mean, it's just, they're getting
Yeah,
bold.
it's just
They're getting so bold,
yeah.
and it still amazes me that there are so many people that are still converting to Catholicism.
I know it's terrible. And that's literally the beast of Revelation. Honestly, that's the beast system. They're the ones who change the times, they change the laws. They're the ones who the harlot is writing.
Right. Yes.
And it's and when you look into Jesuit and the meaning, it's really just a Jew who identifies as a Catholic. So
Right. Well, and the word Catholic literally just means universal.
yeah, precisely. Which is why they push the whole universal religion now, where they all worship the same God. They're all talking about the same God. Well,
Right.
they are. Their God is
Yeah.
Satan, though.
Oh yeah, they know.
Yeah.
you guys know the the language of the Jews, it reveals who they are because their language is not Jewish, yeah, it's Yiddish. Why would
Yeah,
they speaking
exactly.
Yiddish and not Jewish? Their
Yeah.
language in my country, which is Latin based, we have a folklore and we have a name for these people that has nothing to do with the Hebrew. It's very hard to find if you don't speak an older language. It's pretty hard to distinguish anymore from English to what this term means. In my country, there's a term for them, and we call them Jidan or Jidov. That's where their language comes from. And
Wow.
Yiddish is also called Jiddish. It has the same term. So it comes from who they are. And the term Jidan or Jidov means giant or a very rich person. Has nothing to do with being a Hebrew. We have completely different terms for Hebrew, for Judean. We have these terms that are completely separated, but they have been brought together so you cannot distinguish anymore. And especially in English, it's so hard. We don't even use the term that Judean. It was a term. Right now, try to translate it. It goes straight to Jew.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
doesn't translate into Judean anymore. Or try to translate Hebrew, it's gonna translate to Jew. It's like, what in the world? It does not even the translation doesn't work anymore.
That's why I stopped. I didn't stop. I was forced to stop. I tried to teach my kids the the Jews Hebrew, and I believe that's of confusion too. Like I just couldn't. I couldn't for the life of me understand those symbols, and I couldn't teach my kids those things. And I'm
Yeah, because it has Slavic. If you look at Yiddish with Slavic, it has very many things in common. It's Arabic, it's Slavic, it's a little bit of Aramaic. It's all a combination. It's not Hebrew, so it's
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
hard to.
exactly.
It has so many influences, in it. So it's just they understand it, because they had to pick one language in which they had to talk. So
And I
they
believe
learn it.
English, sorry,
Yeah.
I
No, no,
believe
no.
English comes from Gaelic, I believe.
Yeah,
English stems from
Well,
Gaelic.
the language that we speak right now has nothing to do with, even with, UK, there's so many things the English they talk like 200 years ago. This has nothing to do with the English we speak right now. This English, the modern English, is such an import of so many influences, just as they called it the country of immigrants, it never stayed the same. It's just constantly evolved. So,
Right. Well, we're basically speaking slang. Like it's been,
yeah.
I mean, pardon my French, but the English that we speak now has been extremely dumbed down, and we don't even understand the words that we speak. And sometimes I don't even want to speak because I'm like, blah. But um
yeah,
but we have to
yeah,
understand that again, the verses skip my memory. I apologize, but he says that, when we will be dispersed, we will go into a land where, we won't know the language. Like, we'll speak it, but we don't truly know our language.
yeah. And that literally is the English language because it was created basically on the basis of casting spells, and this is why many words in the English language have these double and triple and hidden meanings in it. Like spelling. Well, why are we spelling words? Well, what does a spell do? We're casting a spell by spelling out these words, basically. And same thing with the television with its channels that are broadcasting all these things. And
Right. Yeah.
when you have it turned off, it's a black scrying mirror. Like it's just all this hidden esoteric meaning and symbolism behind it all. And like it's not that it's our fault, like we didn't create it, but we're stuck in it because this is the language we grew up in. Like we're not just going to be like, okay, well, we're going to have to learn an entirely new language. Like we're just, this is what we
And
know, so this is how we communicate.
yeah, absolutely. And again, this brings me to another verse, and I'm sorry, I don't remember all of it, but it's beautiful because he does say though that he will take the words of Baal out of our mouths, like he will cause us to forget the language that and he and he knows where we're at, and there are angels that help translate what we say and bring it to him in a different, because our language is so broken. But he will eventually take the words of Baal right out of our mouths.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's in Hosea that he says, you will no longer call me Baal, but you will call me your husband. And the word
Yes.
used there is Lord. So what
Yeah.
does everybody
Yeah.
call him today? Lord. Lord means Baal.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
Yeah, it does.
he says it right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Michael in chat. If we try to tell others the truths about our language and its origins, they're the ones who are calling us crazy and, oh, you're some crazy conspiracy theorist or, what have you. And that's all part of the programming to hide the truth. They
Yeah,
want people to think,
I was just on a post trying to tell someone not to take Tylenol for a fever. There's better ways of suppressing it. I was called every name in the book. I was called every name in the book. Just trying to help somebody. Who are you, a doctor? Oh, I don't even want to mention the names that I was called. And they want their Babylon gods.
I learned from a wonderful naturopath couple for helping to lower fever. Catnip tea lowers fever.
Absolutely.
Catnip
Absolutely.
tea.
yep.
I mean, Yah has
There's so many ways.
his natural
There's so many
remedies.
ways to
So
do it.
many. I know, but catnip tea, who would have thought,
Yeah,
Oh.
it's
Oh,
just
get
like all
rid of.
these.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it's like all these things they call weeds, and they make us put Roundup on it and stuff. Oh, you don't want any of these dandelions or nothing. They're just
Oh, they're so
they're
good.
weeds. Don't worry about it. But
Mm.
when you actually look up these plants,
They're so good.
most of them are 100% beneficial for us.
Yeah.
So they're
Yeah,
having,
Medicinal.
I was worried
yeah,
about my son and him not getting, because he has Down syndrome, but not getting in his omega-3s. And of course, I went from this fish oil to that fish oil, and like all of them have problems with it. And then all of a sudden, like this one plant came up in my feed. And I was like, are you kidding me? That grows like crazy all over my yard. And it's the one plant that carries the omega-3s. So I just keep picking them. I harvest them. I'm still growing them in my house. Because they're so beneficial for his brain health. And it's like, I've been ripping them out.
What kind of plant is it?
Is it purslane?
Oh, purslane?
Yeah,
Wait,
purslane.
purslane? Yeah, is that how you
Purslane.
pronounce it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
purslane. It's a
yeah,
succulent. Yeah.
it's amazing.
I
It's
know.
amazing. And it's,
That's why I made sure I bought a foraging book. Things that you can eat and also
yep,
for medicinal.
yeah, but you try to tell any secular person about this, and they're just like, I am literally the devil. Someone called me the devil today. ASSHOLE, like all of the horrible. Okay, lady,
Oh
like,
boy.
ugh, it was horrible. But it's like, dude, I'm just trying to help. Like, wow.
Sister,
yeah, it
you're
has to do.
upsetting their demons.
Yeah, exactly, and it has to do with that pharmakia.
Oh
The
man.
pharmakia is literally sorcery.
Right.
So our modern
And
word pharmacy, it comes from that. So it's all sorcery. It's literally witchcraft and sorcery. And when you try to take it away from these people, they're like, "Oh, how dare
Yeah, they
you?"
flip out.
vile. My one aunt and I, now every time I see her, all she wants to do is complain about a sickness. And I'm like, okay, I told you to do something about this. I told you what to do. And it's like, I don't want to hear it anymore. Like, I don't want to hear that you're sick because you're not helping yourself in any way. But yeah, it's the pharmakia is how the nations are deceived. Now we had that rollout shot, right? And the whole world was literally deceived by it. It's like,
Well, and then, besides that, the whole world, I mean, there's so many people now getting cancer. And now, like, it's coming out actually quite fast, that cancer could potentially be
Parasites.
parasites.
Well,
It's
it's parasite die-off. So
oh, okay.
because we're filled with them. It's
Right.
just, are we getting rid of the excess? And so when they eat our food, they're absorbing our nutrients, but they're pooping it out,
Ugh,
and our body forms a sac of their poop to try to, protect itself. It's like almost like a web. It's not even like a sack. It's like a web. That's what a nutritionist just told me. And
oh
I was
wow.
like that's what it is. So when you start going in and poking that,
Opening
you're
it up and then
yeah,
releasing it
the,
everywhere.
the biopsies. Yeah, the
Yeah.
biopsies literally go in and poke it all out again. It's like your body was trying to protect you with this. What?
Right.
So yeah, the medical system is not about health. It's about making you as ill as possible, taking out your gallbladder, cataract surgeries, all those things, all these preventative things. It's like, and you try to tell somebody about it, and you become Satan. You
Oh yeah.
become Satan. It's unfair, and it's like, wow, I'm only trying to help.
Right.
Hey, Katrina, do you know the name of that plant? Someone was
Oh,
asking in chat
purslane,
if you could type it in
purslane.
chat.
Or purslane. Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Yeah. Purslane.
Yeah. But it's like, even like in such of a case of a heart attack, I always have cayenne on me at all times.
Me
I have it in a little
too.
vial.
Yeah. It is
Like,
tincture form.
yeah, I mean, it's so good. I put it in my coffee. I put it all over my food. It literally is a blood cleaner. It
Yeah.
Put it on
unclogs arteries,
everything.
everything, like my
do too.
daughter, I have my heat on so high, and the humidity, I need to get one of those, not a humidifier, but a dehumidifier or something like that. But she just got a bloody nose, and I'm like, oh, here, take a shot of this. She takes it. She's not afraid. She knows what it is.
Wow.
Yeah,
Good
yeah,
girl.
yeah. And just like, she wakes up and she's like, Mommy, could I have those pumpkin seeds? Parasites. She
Oh.
knows
I
what
love pumpkin
parasites
seeds.
are.
They're
Yeah,
so good. So good
yeah,
for you.
yeah. And I just got a whole bunch of thyroid health stuff, and because we're getting radiated like crazy, it's best to do a lot of iodine, and
Yep. Yep.
black
Yep.
cumin seed has been just a wonderful lifesaver for my family. Black cumin seed oil. It is undeniable, the one thing that you have to have in your medicine cabinet. It is literally the only thing that it doesn't cure is death. And that's not even, I mean, it's just amazing. And then, I've been growing all these, plantain. Nobody knows about stings. When you get stung by a bee, you go grab plantain, and that grows everywhere. Plantain from your yard, and you just crunch it up in your mouth, or you, really crumble it, and you put it on a sting or any kind of bug bite or any kind of rash, and it totally neutralizes the sting. So here I am making all these salves, and then comfrey oil is also a must-have. You
So
must,
good.
yeah,
Mhm.
comfrey is
Yep.
knit bone. I mean, you're not supposed to put it on an open wound because it's a fast healer. And everything mixed with castor oil is just going to penetrate everything into where it needs to be. If anyone has any kind of skin growths that they want rid of, bloodroot oil, bloodroot. I have a little nodule on my forehead. I don't know if you noticed in all my videos, but I have a little like crater on my forehead. I had skin cancer up there, and I put this black seed oil on it, and it literally takes the cancer and it removes all the cells from your body. It's amazing.
I bought some black salve
for I had
Yeah.
a very questionable growth on my thigh, and
Mhm.
it kept turning colors, and I was like, yeah, this could be melanoma. And I got the
Yep.
black salve,
Yep.
and it literally pulled it up out of my
Yep.
skin, root and all. It worked amazing.
Yep.
Black salve. Mhm.
So
Good
good.
stuff.
It is so
Oh,
good. Any kind of questionable thing, put it right on there and it will take it right out of your body for you. You do not need to go to any doctor.
It's true,
Yeah.
because that's exactly what Big Pharma did. They took what was already in nature and they tried to synthesize it. And then they discover, oh, wait, these are things that are going to cure people. We don't want that. We just
Yeah.
want to, put a band-aid on it so we can have these lifetime customers. Like all they care about is the money. They
Yeah,
don't care about
and that
anybody.
yeah, and that began in the early 1900s
Yeah.
through the Rothschilds too. They would not fund and they would destroy the reputation of any college that did any kind of holistic medicine and refuse to give them funding if they didn't start using and promoting pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, and most pharmaceuticals are going to be petroleum based.
Oh, my.
So,
Right.
and that's even worse for us.
Right.
That's so good, Mother. Thank you.
Oh yeah, we've been on quite a while here. It's awesome.
This has been such a blessing. I love fellowshipping with my family.
Honestly, yeah. Praise Yah for all of you. Praise Yah for all of
Yes.
you.
I praise him for you guys.
All praise to the Most High.
Mm. How many are on the call still? Can't see it without my
It's like
glasses.
about 9 people.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
So you know what I
it's
found out?
bedtime in Australia there, apparently.
Oh, yeah. So you know the prescription drug Valiums?
Oh
You
yeah.
know, okay, so valerian root, they get it from the valerian root.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Exactly.
so I was like, forget the Valium, go to the health food store and get yourself some valerian. Charity was having very bad cramping, and I gave her a couple of those, and boy, did it do the trick. It really, I mean, she didn't feel her cramping at all. She had it really bad one evening, and it worked like a charm. All natural, 100% valerian root. So they
Like
take. Go ahead.
there's a verse in Sirach or Ecclesiastes or Ecclesiasticus. Let me find it real quick. It's
I think I might know which one you're talking about.
but it's talking about, here it is. Yeah, so it's
Uh-huh.
Sirach or Ecclesiasticus and 38 verses 2 through 4. It says, all healing is from YAHUAH, and he shall receive the gifts of the king. The skill of the physician shall lift up his head, and in the sight of great men he shall be praised. The Most High had created medicines out of the earth, and a wise man will not abhor them. So he's saying literally, he made all these medicines to cure all these diseases or sicknesses and what have you. He made natural cures for them all. So what, Big Pharma did, the Rockefellers, all of that, it all leads to the same. Literally all the same. So they took these natural medicines and they synthesized them, which is now making a man-made.
Yep.
And so by doing that, it's no longer a natural thing. So it's going to have these side effects because it's made out of questionable material now. It's not natural materials. And then it's just going to give you side effects. So they're going to prescribe more to for what's happening with these side effects, and then it snowballs from there, and then you're taking medicines because you got side effects on side effects on side effects, and all these other medicines are trying to alleviate these side effects of this first one. Next thing you know, you got to take like 50 pills just in the morning to even feel good. And it's all this petroleum based, synthetic based, fake stuff that literally it's found all throughout the earth because Yahuwah made all these things. He already knew. So yeah, it's the only way they can patent them. Exactly, Gerald. Because you can't put a patent.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead. Sorry.
No,
I was
go
just
ahead.
going to say, you can't put a patent on nature, and that's why
No,
they
you
did it.
can't. And what's really, really neat, so beautiful, praise Yah, just with our regular food, like onions. Um, I made an onion poultice right when COVID hit. I did not get sick until about a year later. I ended up getting it. And so what I did was, because it was wanting to go down into the lungs, remember the issue that they were having with people with it getting into the lungs and people couldn't breathe and they had to be rushed to emergency to be put on ventilators and all that. Well, when it started affecting my lungs, just grabbed a bunch of raw onion, sliced it like you would put on a hamburger or something, and you put it in a bandana and you lay it directly on your chest, or you could just put the onion directly on your chest and leave it there all night. It literally will pull out whatever is in your lungs. Just onion.
Yeah, it's
So I had to do,
amazing.
You
so
could
I had
also
to,
you could also do that to your feet as well.
yes, I actually wrapped Charity's feet with onion. She was having issues with athlete's foot really, really bad. But I told her it was her diet too. But her feet stopped stinking after several nights. Well, actually, after the first 2 nights, she didn't have issues with stinky feet.
Yeah, and if you have cold going through your house
Yeah.
or any kind of flu, literally just cut up an onion and put it in each room, and it'll
Clear the air.
take. I mean, your whole house is gonna smell like onion, but it's gonna take all that virus and stuff out of the air in the room and stuff.
That's amazing.
Yeah, just with onion. Oh, and then we had a recipe that we
That's
found.
also really quick while we're on this onion thing. That's why it's also best to not have onions actually when you are out to eat, because the onions are pulling everything from wherever, from who's ever cutting it to whatever's in that kitchen to everything. So just
Yeah, we don't know how long it's been sitting there.
Oh
correct.
wow.
And that's why I told James, because he would prep, and I like to cut up some stuff so I don't have as much to do, like on preparation day or whatever. But the thing you don't cut way ahead of time is the onion. You have to cut it fresh and then immediately use it because it's going to soak up whatever is around it. That's why you don't put it in plastic
Plastic, yeah.
containers or anything like that. But yeah,
Yep.
onion is a powerful extracting. It really is. Just like comfrey. We were talking about comfrey. Also
Yeah.
does the same thing. It's
Yeah.
amazing the stuff he
So the
has.
castor oil, if my son ever gets like congested chest, I would put the castor oil right on his chest.
There you go. I got to get some. I definitely need to get some. I know we want to get it cold pressed, of course, organic. Is there another
And
thing
in a glass
right?
bottle.
Wasn't there something else we needed to look for in the castor oil? I think there was a certain, I don't know, but yeah, I'm definitely getting some.
Katrina knows about that. Katrina's actually really good at this information.
Yeah, no, castor oil is everything. I actually, and if you really like, so if you have cancer or anything, you do the castor oil, but an extra benefit is adding poke root. So poke root will also get into anywhere. So like if ever I feel like my lymphs are swollen anywhere, any kind of stagnation anywhere in the body, I always put on castor oil and poke root. and that will totally break up whatever is clogged in the lymphatic system.
Do you
Wow.
use that as a tincture?
It's no, I apply it. So I
Like a
get mine,
poultice.
yeah, from Ra Marabi.
Mhm.
He has this amazing, and he actually has a triple strength too. If you have like a really bad cancer, but it
Do
will
you
literally break up and dissolve
do you
all
have a
that.
site
Yeah.
or where you get it from?
Ra Marabi. Yeah, I could post it.
Okay, thanks.
That's one of my favorites. Black cumin, poke root and castor oil, bloodroot tinctures, of course cayenne. And now I actually got a good parasitic, but it's homemade from a nutritionist. But this is so easy. After every meal, I do this parasite detox, and what is in here is the wormwood, black walnut hull, papaya seed extract, apple cider vinegar, turmeric, betaine HCI powder, and black pepper. This stuff I am clearing out. I'm clearing out parasites that Jeremy knows that are just coming out of me like crazy, and I don't want to get disgusting, but
Yeah,
this.
So you said you get it from a particular herbalist?
Yeah,
This blend?
that's close by. Yeah, she studied all the stuff from so many different, you know, people, and she
I've
put together
I've heard
this.
of several of those ingredients that you mentioned, but some of them I haven't heard of. I'd like to get that. I'd like to get some of that.
Yeah, I could see if she wholesales it or if she has a website to ship.
Because
But
I've been wanting to do a parasite heavy metal cleanse because the parasites like to hide within
well,
the metals.
heavy, yeah, well, yeah, that's exactly it. So it's not necessarily the metals, it's the parasites that are surrounding the metals and the yeast, mold, and candida.
Yeah, some stuff. All right.
I'm sorry, Katrina. Can you say again raw, what did you call it? The plant for the cancer? Or the site?
Raw Marby. Here, hold on one second. I'll send it in the group.
Oh,
Okay.
wonderful. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
But yeah, this is my number one. This is my absolute number one. And also, we also are very deficient in magnesium. And
Yes.
this could be made by just getting those magnesium flakes, putting them in water, and just spraying it all over you. And I'm telling you, my son used to wake up in the middle of the night a lot. And I have been putting on this. Well, I got the lotion, and then I got the spray. He has not woken up at all. This magnesium, oh, you can make it yourself. Just go get any magnesium flakes and put it in water, dissolve it, and just spray it on you. And or
Do
you
you,
could just
do
you
you
could make
use
your own.
distilled water?
You can drink them in a juice. There's safe as magnesium chloride. It's a salt. You can put in your juice. It's bitter, and you can drink it.
Yeah. And hey,
Yeah.
that brings up another thing. We're so we're deficient in our water, right? Because it's stripped of everything. So I actually go to a spring, a well that's dug like, I don't know, 1,000 feet deep, and it actually hits another like untouched water we're getting it from Canada. And this is one spring of many, but the other ones have been absolutely destroyed because, of course, they want us to buy the bottled waters or whatever. But you need to have the minerals in your water, and the salt from the Real Salt brand, Celtic Salt brand,
Yep.
Baja Gold are three really good salts that have like 82 of the minerals that we be
Mhm.
needing to actually rehydrate us because we have cells that need to be actually busted open and they get calcified if they're not getting adequate salt. And of course, the salt that we have over the counter is complete trash and is causing most of our health issues. So to rehydrate ourselves, we need the real salts, the mineral
my
salts.
Absolutely. My husband and I noticed such a difference in how we sleep and how long we stay asleep since we started taking trace mineral drops. We
Yes.
add it to our drinks, and yeah, I cook with Celtic sea salt and real salt, and it makes the food taste so much better too.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. I crave it. We should be
Yes.
waking up. I don't like salt with my lemon water. I actually do those separate. So I wake up, I rehydrate with Soleil water. So what I do is I get like a quart jar and I fill like 1/4 of it with this Celtic Baja Gold or real salt, depending on what I have. And then I add the water. And so you have like iodized or whatever you want to call it water. So you just pour it into just pour a little bit into your glass of water, and that way you're getting your minerals. It's Soleil. You could look it up online, and SOL water, and that way you're replenishing all of your cells in your body. And then there's another, beef tallow is really good for our skin, sisters. Beef
Oh, I
tallow
have
is
some.
so good for our skin. It is an act. So my son burns like crazy in the sun. And all I used this summer was beef tallow. And boy, did he tan. And he didn't burn, he tanned. Beef tallow.
Yeah, I've been wanting to get some.
It actually has the ability to wipe off sunspots, skin tags. Like this stuff is absolutely incredible for your skin.
Do you get it at the health food store?
I make it myself. So I bought a big jug of beef tallow and then already made, and then I just whip it up with the essential oils.
Okay.
That I like. So I'll put because raspberry seed oil and carrot seed oil have like a natural SPF of like 15. So I'll just put like a couple drops of that in, and then just to make it smell good, like lavender.
Yeah.
Not like vitamin C or like any kind of citric, because citric on your skin will burn it. But
Okay.
anyway, getting back to like the morning, so the salt water will rehydrate you from, your detox through the night. And then you want to do a lemon flush, which is going to alkaline you.
Yes.
So
Yes.
so cancer, like all of this stuff, the parasites cannot thrive in an alkaline environment, which is why you see so many cancer patients getting cured when they are actually doing an alkaline diet. No acidics. So I know lemon might seem acidic, but when it comes into your body, it actually alkalizes it somehow.
Yeah, that was one of the first things I learned from the naturopath couple years ago. The first thing you do when you wake up in the morning is drink some warm lemon water on an empty stomach and don't eat or drink anything for about a half an hour, because it also helps clean out your kidneys.
Right, because we shouldn't be actually drinking during meals either.
No, we're not. We're not supposed to,
So
because it'll
That's with your stomach acid.
no, it'll
it
ferment.
actually
It
wipes
ferments,
out it wipes out the digestive enzymes that is naturally occurring in the food.
which causes it to ferment
Correct.
when you do that. Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
why we should drink all the water about a half an hour before we eat, and then we won't be thirsty.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
This is awesome. I'm enjoying this.
See, it's such confirmation because we're all like knowing this stuff, and he's all leading and guiding us into healing ourselves just as much as he is doing the calendar, which is wonderful.
I know. Spiritual and physical healing, complete healing.
Mhm. And I didn't forget about anybody. I'm still trying to find the castor oil and the poke. That's my favorite.
Yeah, I definitely want to go through a parasite cleanse. Um, yes, I've for longest because they were saying we need to go through a parasite cleanse, and through the chorus, I learned that it was pumpkin seeds and black walnut and wormwood, but some of that other stuff that was in that mixture, I'm like, ooh, I haven't heard that. So the more potent, the better.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And also what you were mentioning for protecting the skin, because I easily burn also, and same with my children and grandbabies. We just have fair skin. Well, Miranda used to work her way up to when she used to do that. But to get those, what did you say? Raspberry seed was it that you put in the beef tallow?
Raspberry seed and carrot seed
Carrot
extract.
seed. Okay, all right, yeah, I have to remember that because
Also, you want to be eating and ingesting B17. So apricot seeds.
I've got plenty of those. I bought them
So
not long
bitter,
ago.
but now my body craves it. So after the salt water, after the lemon water, I do the B17 apricot kernels.
Uh-huh.
Anti-cancer all
Yeah,
the way.
babe.
Anti-parasitic.
I
Yeah.
have 3
And
bags of it.
How many do you take at a time?
right now I'm at 5.
Do you have to like work yourself up to it?
You do. You
You
have to
do.
start off small. Like one
With
kernel.
everything, start off small. With everything.
Right.
Any kind of parasitic, you have to start very gradually because the die-off is insane. It's called a Herxheimer reaction.
Yeah. You
So
get very sick.
you get very sick because they start dying off at once, and then
Do you not take a binder?
you could take what is charcoal.
Charcoal, bentonite
Bentonite clay.
clay, or the
Yeah.
tenacious earth, or whatever you call it. Yeah.
Diatomaceous earth is the cancer. It's not the binder. Psyllium
Oh,
husk.
okay.
Yeah. So, or wait, no, bentonite clay is diatomaceous earth is actually what kills them. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah. So diatomaceous earth makes the worms like explode.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was a binder, but okay, that'll work.
Mm-mm. Yeah. The
Also
diatomaceous.
dehydrates you, so you have to drink a lot of water because you can get really constipated.
Yeah, and I've also
Yes.
been doing a lot of borax actually too. I've been
I've
putting
heard
that.
about borax. Yep. I
Yeah.
actually started taking that for a while.
The silica is what our body really truly needs. The silica is amazing for us. I don't even need coffee anymore. You know how like everyone feels like they need to reach for coffee, and I actually have it maybe in like the afternoon, but I only can have decaf because I'm already so energized by
That's what I need.
doing these things. Yeah. By doing the lemon water, by doing like the parasitic cleanses, I'm so energizing. I'm getting so much done.
Yeah, I need that bad. I've gotten out of so many good habits I used to do. Oh man, I got to get back to it.
Mm-hmm. No,
Or a
we
very
all need a reminder because I needed the reminder.
if you guys need parasitic product that is very good, and it's humaworm.com. I wrote it in the chat. Humaworm has a product for adults made out of 20 plants. Everything that you've heard is included there, and more. And for the children, made out of 10 plants.
Oh, that's
So
great.
they're capsules. So
Oh,
for the
nice.
children, they're small capsules.
So Jared said, don't, yeah, especially drinking you never should be drinking carbonated drinks ever because that is acidic. Anything carbonated is so acidic. Anything. It doesn't matter if it's just soda water. Anything carbonated is terrible.
Yeah.
The problem with that is that it stimulates the acids in your. The effect it is that your stomach perceives it like you're eating. The carbon inside of your stomach when you drink it, it moves and it stimulates your acid production. And in fact, you're not eating anything, so your stomach gets so acidic. And most of the time, it's good when you're constipated because it's also stimulating bowel movements. But long term, or like to drink it constantly, it will affect your stomach, like chewing gum.
Start
It's
taking
the same
this
thing, it
apricot
stimulates your acids in the stomach.
bottom, but
Mm-hmm.
that's taken.
Yeah. Oh, look at the chat. Everybody knows. See? Echad. Echad. This is
Yes,
what it
yes.
feels like.
Oh,
This
thank
is
you
what it's
Yeah.
like.
for the Marabi. Okay, I didn't. Yeah, roll Marabi. I understood Marby.
Yeah,
Marby.
Okay,
I
thank
found out
you.
about the I found out about the apricot seeds probably a year and a half ago. So I bought 3 bags of it.
Oh, they're to me, my I'm reaching for some right now. Craves. I don't know why they're
Eat
so good
all
to
of the
me.
seeds, even the apple seeds, the seeds we need to eat. Why do you think they're making things seedless? Because there's power and healing in the seeds.
Well, yep. When I do my smoothies, I put the whole apple in.
Yep, you got to eat the apple core. You have to have those seeds. The seeds are
Yep.
important. Grape seeds,
Exactly.
everything. And I mean, when they say organic seedless grapes, then it's not truly organic. There should be seeds in it.
Mm-hmm. It's so true. And does everybody know about chlorine dioxide?
Yeah,
Chlorine
MDMS.
dioxide,
Oh,
MMS. Oh,
yeah.
Yes, I have some of that.
unbelievable. You feel like you're getting sick, you put a couple drops in water. And that's something that I used to do like consistently. I don't do it anymore because I'm never sick. So I would put a couple, mix the solution. And I don't use citric acid. I use something else. But the chlorine dioxide and
Hydrochloric acid.
hydrochloric, that's it. Yeah, you don't want to do citric because the citric acid is grown on mold. So, yeah, you just put a few drops in, 2 drops, start small. And boy, it just wipes it out. Whatever you're feeling, it's just gone.
Yeah, it's good. It's really good. There was also another thing that I had learned a while back because a lot of people have leaky gut. And there was this very simple remedy that you could use to help repair. And it was silver hydrosol mixed with 100% pure aloe vera juice. That's it. And it helps to repair leaky gut. I was like, wow.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Aloe vera juice is amazing.
Yeah, it is.
Did you know that if you actually, this is something I just learned. A lot of people are on steroids for certain reason. Do you actually know that they like poke holes? The steroids poke holes in your digestive system.
Huh.
Yeah. I had no idea.
Well, like I said, it's part of pharmakia. It's going to do something bad to the body. My goodness.
Always.
Yeah.
Just like Tylenol, back to that, Tylenol depletes glutathione, which is a master antioxidant used to expel waste. And if we don't have, because my son has Down syndrome, he doesn't have adequate levels of glutathione. So I make sure I supplement with it all the time. because for some reason the excess genes causes so much disruption in the body that he is deficient. So I make sure, yeah. And then what do they do at the doctor's office after their shots? Oh, give him Tylenol.
Yeah, they're good.
That's never, and that's because they don't want to expel the poisons
Right.
that they're putting in them.
So what do you use for headaches? I'm curious.
So for headaches, you want to put your feet in a hot foot
Right.
bath.
No, I mean, if you like with me in the morning, I usually have to clean out my sinuses with,
Oh.
saline water and a bottle because of the pressure.
No,
But-
don't use saline water.
Or you
So-
can use colloidal silver, one or the other. But I do it quick because I have to get up, get ready, and head to work. So I have to do
Well-
something quick. I don't have time because it
Well-
usually happens first thing in the mornings.
Okay, so I have like a neti pot solution that is fire. It is amazing. We don't use it that much. I bought 2 bottles back when I found out about it. I actually went to Sukkot this year, and a lot of people were actually experiencing a lot of allergies. Here, I can
Yeah,
take a picture.
mine were acting up very bad
Okay,
this
so
year.
that is poor digestion, but this will actually help. This actually contains, it's a super neti juice. It's for your neti pot, and it helps with any kind of bacteria and fungus that thrive in a saline environment. That's why you don't want to use saline. Okay, so when you flush the infected sinuses to clear the sinusitis, use an antimicrobial solution that is both antifungal and antibacterial so that you don't, because you don't, I heard that you don't want to do the saline solution. It's actually going to make it worse.
I
So
mean, I actually flushed out a sinus
This is-
infection using saline solution, but
okay, so this is silver.
okay,
So you're
colloidal
better
silver.
off
Okay.
using silver.
Okay, well, I got a colloidal silver machine, so I'll make up a lot of it then, because it is good for eyes, nose, and throat, ears.
Absolutely. We
Yeah.
are made up of gold.
Yeah.
We're
Oh.
made up of gold and silver and
Copper.
Yep, copper. Oh,
Yeah.
since I've been taking copper, oh my goodness, since I've been taking copper, I'm starting to feel so much
Yeah,
better.
drinking copper infused water is really good.
Now, how do you infuse
Where,
your
where
water
did you
with
buy your
copper? Oh, is that by drinking out of a copper cup?
Absolutely. So I have this 100% copper thermos, and you fill it with, of course, you want to fill it with either spring water or like reverse osmosis water. You don't want to just get tap water.
Yep.
And I let mine infuse for about 8 hours. It does taste coppery, so I do like half of the bottle, and then I mix it with just my reverse osmosis water. And so I do half copper infused, half just normal reverse osmosis water, and I drink that. And for the ladies, on the time of the month, it actually really helps. Like when you're having some cramps, when you're feeling really sluggish. I don't know. I don't understand the science behind it. I just know that it makes me feel better. And so I try to drink copper infused water every day. It's really really good and beneficial.
Anybody else who uses a copper tincture?
You can use a copper tincture.
I have that. That's what I'm taking.
What are you using? I'm curious. Which product do you use?
It's at home. I just recently bought it and just started using it. So what I can do is when I get home tomorrow, I'll take a picture of it and send it through our chat.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
really good.
Oh gosh, so So we could do copper, and we could also drink from copper, and of course copper for the garden. Fabulous.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, what was I just gonna say? I lost it.
You mean like the grounding for the garden? Or what were you
Oh,
saying?
well, oh yeah, copper in your garden is fantastic.
That's
Yeah.
what you were saying?
Back into the soil.
Yeah, so it helps with the electricity. So I don't know if anyone was experiencing terrible growth this year as we were in the States, but a lot of people are saying that because of the chemtrails or some kind of um, solar flare, our soil was
Very depleted from its minerals.
terrible.
Yeah,
Terrible.
and I mean, and I can't help but think too, I mean, how long has it been since our land has had rest,
The 7th year, right?
you know?
Mhm.
Because it's required for us to have our land rest, and well, it hasn't.
This is true. So I just kind of gave up this year. So I actually replanted and let everything just die back into the soil. I I grew so much and then I just let it die. Cuz I couldn't even with the chemtrails being sprayed, it's almost as if I don't know.
Have you guys watched the documentary called The Dimming?
No, I haven't heard of that.
It is intense. It needs to be shared with everyone. I shared it with one of the ladies that works at the Capitol here in Missouri, Jeff City, because she's all for, huh? I'm sorry, what? Hello?
I think it's playback
Oh,
mode.
I think that
Oh,
was just an echo.
oh, okay. Well, anyways, I will also send that. It's on YouTube called The Dimming. It's about the what do they call it? The bioengineering of, but anyways, it has to do with the chemtrails. And you've got very credible sources that are basically whistleblowers that know all of the details of everything about it, and what it's doing to our forests, what it's doing just to everything here. But I'll send it through the group chat too. You guys watch it and then get it out. People need to be, a lot of people still think that it's conspiracy theory. They really do. They're not wanting to believe it. But I tried sharing the documentary with her. She's very active. And like I said, works at the Capitol. And I sent it to her and I said, please watch this and let's try to ban it here in Missouri. I know parts, or I think all of Tennessee, from what I heard, banned spraying. Anyways, but I'll send it through the group chat.
I just posted that super nitty juice that I
Oh, thank you.
absolutely love, 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 love. Now, dilute it in distilled water because it
Yeah, I
does
bought
have
a
a little bit of
distiller. Yeah.
peppermint in it for some
Okay.
reason. Peppermint oil, and there's polysorbate 20, but it's not 80. But when I tell you, I passed this, like I was neti potting people at Sukkot like crazy, and they were all just like, "What did you just do?" It feels, and my kids beg, like, if they ever feel congested, they'll come up to me and they'll like want to do a neti pot because it's immediate.
So you do clean up their sinuses with it.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been wanting to use my colloidal silver, but I finally found my little silver machine so I can start making it again. I bought a distiller. So yeah, it's really good. It's really good to use. But thank you. Thank you for everything
Oh,
you guys are sharing. I love this. It is This is such oneness.
I think,
Echad,
yeah,
Echad.
that's what I
Yeah.
keep telling Jeremy, like privately. I'm like, I think I found my family. This is wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the road is getting narrower and narrower.
I think that we
Man,
should probably meet up more. There's so much that we could probably learn through actually studying the ancient pictograph Hebrew and
Oh yeah.
deciphering the actual words being used. I think that we should really try, at least to focus on figuring out how to study that, and also we're going to have to ultimately learn the stars as well. That feels like Chinese to me, but the calendar also felt like Chinese to me at first, but now
yeah,
yeah.
it's still kind of Chinese to me a little bit. I'm slowly getting there. Like I said, things that are so different from what I'm used to takes me a little bit to wrap my head around.
Yeah.
But no, seriously, it's very different, but I love it though. It's Yah's
So
ways.
Oh, I know.
yeah, Jermaine actually asked me, are we still recording?
Yeah. Do you want me to stop?
This is gonna get, I mean, I don't mind it being recorded.
We've got we got almost 3 hours in this session again.
Oh, wow.
So I could stop it for right here,
Wow. So
and then we can still continue.
what do you think? Should I do my testimony about Sukkot on live, or
Uh,
it's kind of graphic and
Probably
yeah.
not. Maybe not. Because I
okay.
don't mind. I don't
So
mind hearing
let's stop the
it.
recording. Yeah,
Okay.
here. Let me stop the recording, and then we'll just continue it.
No,
Give me
I
just a
would
moment.
I would like to discuss it because I just think that people truthfully, they kind of have to be aware of their surroundings at all times. And even though we
Okay.
think we're in Zadok and we think we've made it to the calendar, there's still going to be issues at all
Uh-huh.
times because we're
Mhm.
not fully Akkad, right?
Right.
So I went to the Sukkot and it was great because I got to meet up with like Sean, who actually started planting the seeds of Davidson.
Are you talking about
And
Sean Hadler?
yeah.
Yeah, I know
So
him. I
I
know
was
him.
with him the whole Sukkot,
Uh-huh.
and this group was a big group. And Drew, actually, one of them is actually testing this calendar. So we're going to be seeing his fruit coming in soon because he is such an amazing person. And then there was something about him. I was just drawn to him. But there was a lot of issues there. So we just have to be mindful of our surroundings. And I just want to make this clear
Sure.
because there are going to be infiltrators in the camps.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole time at Sukkot, it went really, really well. However, at the end of the Sukkot, actually, after it was the night of the last day, and I was sitting at the table with Jerry Alexander, he's a big star buff, and we had a little group there, and this one guy was very he was drunk for sure, but he was very rude, obnoxious, kept like interrupting Jerry as he was trying to make a presentation, and I was recording it, so I asked him, hey, could you just hold off on whatever you're thinking or questions at the end, like just wait. And he was really rude. And so he went and he laid down on the couch, which was right next to the table. So there was the table, and then the couch was right there. And so then we continued on with the presentation, and he started to sneeze a lot. And I was just like, oh, this is weird. And, here I'm trying to record, and he keeps interrupting. And this was a really good presentation on the Mazzaroth. And I'm like, okay, so I went and I got him a blanket, put it on him. And then I continued the recording. And then all of a sudden, the recording kept stopping. Like, it wouldn't go through. And this was TikTok. Nothing ever fails me on TikTok. And it just wouldn't go through. And I was like, oh man, like, it didn't work. And he started to laugh. And it was a vile, disgusting laugh. And I was like, wow, this is weird. So we tried to do it again. And I looked up around over the couch where he was laying, and he could see me because I was standing above the presenter, like recording what he was saying. And his face turned bright red. And it was either he was having a heart attack or he was doing something very inappropriate. And so I sat down. I was like, what? No. No. I got up. Well, first I told everybody, like, I was freaking out. I quietly said, we just need to stop. I went up, I walked over, and I did see that his pants, like his blanket was like off of him so that I could actually see. They were all wet.
Did this guy not get kicked out?
Nope.
No.
Even
Nope.
being drunk, that should have
Nope.
been.
They didn't kick him out.
That is sick.
They
I'm
did
sorry.
not kick him out. And no, they didn't even come to me and say anything. No, he was there the whole next day. Nobody said a word to him. And you know what I found out? That he wasn't even Torah observant.
What was he
He was
doing in there?
He was a Seventh-day Adventist because Sterling thought it would be okay to bring in people that were not Torah observant. And nobody knew. Nobody knew. And there's kids all around the camp, like going off without their parents all over the farm. And he's there
Lord.
wandering around. I am just so thankful that it happened to me and not any kid or anyone that couldn't actually handle something like that.
Right.
I praise the Father that it happened to me, because even though as disgusting as it is, I could handle it. Because I know that people, but why were they welcome to a Torah group? As
Yeah.
a camping feast. So, yeah, I won't go back there because they did not follow protocol. I don't even think they addressed it at all. Nothing was
It
addressed.
should have been. It should have been addressed immediately.
They all knew about it. I went to all of the heads. Nobody did a thing.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, no, he came in the morning. He had breakfast with everybody. Nobody said a word to him.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not good.
And I'm sure it's going to be next year. Well, there's going to be no drinking allowed. Well, it's a drinking feast, so you're breaking scripture, right? it's a drinking feast. Like we could have
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, but we're just not supposed to get intoxicated.
Not, yeah, not
Right.
in
But we're
excess.
not
Yeah.
supposed to have the Gentiles come in and ruin
Right.
everything either.
Right.
Like we are supposed to be echad, not
Uh-huh.
okay. These people are Seventh-day Adventists. They're not even close. We have to protect.
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
yeah, that's what happened to that group. It was awful.
Especially with something as serious as that. Like, that's a very serious matter, and it should be addressed
Mm-hmm.
very seriously, not just ignored and brushed off. Like, not just the fact because of, you know, what he was doing, but there was literally children running around the camp,
Mhm.
and like,
Unsupervised.
if he's doing the
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not good.
like, that's a very serious issue that needs to be addressed immediately, and that man should have been, you know, removed out of the camp, like
Oh.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That
just
day.
like yeah, just like you said, Katrina, you know, even in Torah observing communities, you know, we like to think that we can let our guard down and that, you know, others are going to be diligent, but especially with our children around, we always have to make sure that they're still by us because
Mm-hmm.
so many things can still be let in. And
Right.
yeah, just be diligent about.
Yeah, these are
Yeah.
like lesson learned. Like we just have to be diligent with who we let in.
Oh, definitely.
All right, so they know a little bit of Torah or they keep the Shabbat. All right, well, it's not even the Shabbat next year anyway. So it's just going to be a dividing line. It's going to be because there's so many people coming in. We have to be those beacons of light for them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was just on a post today and I'm just dropping truth bombs everywhere. And I'm, you know, it has to be done. I can't look at a post and then walk away saying, oh, they'll figure it out. No. It says Ezekiel 33. Read it very carefully.
Yep.
You are responsible. You warn them or the blood is on your hands.
Right.
Ouch. That's so not okay. Like, I mean, it's like I understand the urgency though, you know, warn them or the blood is on your hands, no matter what.
Yep.
That's
That's
why
very true.
you know, I could have stayed silent in that group, in the Zadok Feast Finder, but what was that going to do for my witness? Nothing. Nothing. And it was up all day. They kept it up because, as I said, I put a lot of scripture in there, just like Deuteronomy 6. That had nothing to do with the calendar, just of being a God and you know, things that kind of contradict exactly what he was trying to say. And I just wanted to see if anyone would like that. Like I said
Right.
before, not one person. It's just like here, it's just scripture. Nobody liked it. And I just kind of wanted to gauge it, test it. But no, I became their enemy again. I became. And no matter what scripture I was going to throw at them, they hated me. Sad.
Yeah. It's definitely painful, but we
And
can only.
I loved being in a big group this year, like at Sukkot. It was very, very good. I didn't per se like sit there and learn a lot, but I was able to, because it's so funny that I gravitated to someone that actually knew that Saturday wasn't always the Sabbath. Isn't that funny?
Oh, someone in the group?
Well, Sean Hadler.
Yeah.
He's
one.
on Davidson. He's
Right.
he's on Davidson's calendar. He has the bead calendar chart. Isn't it funny?
Okay.
I gravitated to somebody that knew the calendar.
Right.
And I didn't even know it at that time.
Was that the first time you've ever met Sean?
Well, I called him a couple times before.
Okay, because I
But
had met Sean 3 years ago during Sukkot at Parable of the Vineyard. That's where I first got started when it came to feast keeping, because I was, learning, and that's how I met Sean. His tribe was right next to the one I was at. But at that time, I didn't know that, that he believed in that kind of Shabbat. It wasn't until the following year when we started talking more with him. Yeah, he's got some interesting studies or views on, especially the system. He's probably shared all that with you.
no, I think he's on to something big. We have to come out of it. Because, yeah, we're roped and tied by contract.
Yeah, we are. Oh, so it's overwhelming. There's just so much. Everything is connected to Hasatan. This is his temporary kingdom until Yahusha comes back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Gotta do the best we
the
can.
chains were broken. He's
What was
here.
that?
This is his dominion.
Yep.
Th-
Temporarily.
this is
Yep.
But then what's the next steps? So we thought we were in the book of Revelation and that was all playing out. But if it already happened, or if it is still happening, what's the culmination of it all?
Yeah, I remember you guys mentioning just briefly last Shabbat on our call. You guys have been studying out that possibly the millennium reign has already happened. Are you still studying that?
Definitely.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
And we're just getting more and more confirmation.
Any tips on where to start? Because I mean, I'm intrigued,
Learning about
Basically,
my lunch break has a lot of great stuff.
Oh, I definitely watch them.
yeah.
I meant scripture wise.
There is quite a few verses to support,
Okay.
both sides.
Okay.
And that's the confusion again, where Satan comes into play.
Right.
Is he takes these verses that can, they have really good support for both sides. But then that's where we got to dig deeper, and that's what we're working on right now.
Right. I was
But there's a
telling
lot of historical evidence in showing, there's events that they call literally the day the stars fell from the sky.
Yep.
There's events where, the sun turned black and the
Yes.
moon turned blood red,
And
and
that's-
all these events, like
All the
they've happened in history,
going up.
literally.
Yeah.
A lot of
all
that
the
happened
living.
in the 1800s.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. So they're lying about the years for sure.
Oh, definitely. It just makes me
Yeah,
wonder.
they're definitely.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say they definitely are telling us we're in a timeline where they have added at least 1,000 years to it. So it's making it seem like we're so far away from when Messiah was killed and all that, and
But
we
we're
may not be at all.
And just the
Yeah.
Statue of Liberty and the chains broken. It's just like a spit in your face, like, like, I've been released, suckers.
Right. Isn't the Statue of Liberty standing on a star fort?
Yes.
Yeah, it literally is.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's supposed to represent really Hasatan. The Statue
And
of
then
Liberty is Hasatan.
And then what's ruling over us is the music industry and the Hollywood industry and the brainwashing industry. And it's just like, you can't get any more deceptive than that. And,
Right.
you know,
Everything
we
thrown
have
at you
no
is a
idea.
deception. Yeah.
Yeah, we have no idea how to heal ourselves. Well, now we're coming to it, praise Yah. But we like we're just breaking free. And now with this calendar, it just feels like it's the ultimate breakage. Now we can discover the truth. Now we can discover where we are. Now we have to figure it out.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Well, I'm,
it's really a very deep rabbit hole, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense, you know, because I mean, if you think about main Christianity, I mean, basically what they teach at church every single Sunday is that we're waiting for Messiah's coming. You know, that's basically like the basis of Christianity, that we're not under the law anymore and that we're just waiting for him to come.
Yeah,
So
which, you know,
go ahead.
either way you look at it, that's exactly what we're waiting for anyway. Because, you know,
Right.
the great day of judgment, you know, he's going to be the one who's judging everybody. So either way you look at it, these same events are going to play out. And that's a big part of the deception as well. So it's like time playing in reverse, basically. So these same events are going to play out before and afterwards. So the whole deception is, where exactly are we on this timeline? So if we're afterwards, it's still going to play the same as if we were before it. And it's all coming back to Judgment Day, like boom, right there. And it's a really hard rabbit hole to uncover because they hide so much information about it, you know?
And who knew that
And,
time would be such a big topic? I never thought I would ever find myself talking about time as much as I do now.
I know, right?
Yeah. But it's in Jubilees, right? I can't remember what
Yeah,
chapter or
and
verse that we will, you know, start to seek his laws again and to come back to his ways.
yeah, I know what verse you're talking about. I don't remember exactly where, but yeah, it's right there in Jubilees. You know,
Yeah.
where the children of Yahuwah will seek his ways,
Yeah.
and
It's
yeah,
also
and
in Enoch too.
yeah,
I
exactly,
believe.
Michael. Yeah, and like Michael just said here in the chat, you know, no matter where we are, we're still going to follow the Torah. We still got to follow his laws because we're still going to face Judgment Day. It doesn't matter. So if we're caught, you know, spitting in Yahuwah's face, stomping on his laws and saying, oh, you know, they're done away with, you know, there's consequences for that because it's written right there in his word exactly what we should be doing until the day of judgment. So regardless, we still uphold the law. We still uphold the Torah. We still, you know, bear the good fruits. We try to spread the gospel or the truth. We do all of this still, and it's still the same thing. And we will be rewarded for our good works, or, you know, we're rewarded for our bad works as well, but just in the bad way.
Right. Well, and it says those who keep the law and teach others to do so are considered great in the kingdom.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, on this note with the timing, you know, there's no castles built in Europe before 1000.
Yeah.
Everything starts after 1000
There's no castles
Exactly.
in where? I'm sorry, repeat that.
in Europe
There are no castles in Europe
after 1000.
after
Before 1000, sorry. Everything is built after 1000. All the castles, everything. Palaces, castles.
There was
and then
actually
yeah,
a
and when you
presentation I was watching, and it was a gentleman who was going through all the historical evidence, and he was basically showing, you know, all these castles and, you know, the Knights of the Round Table and all that. this all could have happened exactly at the same time the Roman Empire was still like, the main thing going on. And the possibility that they could stretch these things and make them seem like they happened at different times or in time, like thousands of years apart, this can all be a lie because, and it goes back to the lost history of flat Earth, and he talks about it in there a little bit, is this whole timeline that they've lied to us about, and adding to the time, saying, oh, we're in like the year 2025. Well, are we
I
really?
don't think we are.
And all of recorded history can really only go back a couple hundred years to, like, verifiably. And before that, like, it's all just written down on, it's written and recorded, yes, but then we have these scholars that are, oh, well, you see, this is from like 1700 BC, and this is from like all these thousands of years ago. Well, that's only their speculation on it. Like, how do they know exactly?
Well, whoever
Or if
knows
they
their
do,
genealogy, whoever knows their genealogy going more than 4 or 5 generations back, it's a suspect in my book. How come you know your
yeah,
genealogy and we don't? Through 2, world wars, everybody was doomed to die, to
yeah,
lose track of who they are, where they're coming from, send them all over the place, mix them up, so they don't know where they're coming from. So it's just, how come all these people know exactly where they're coming from? How do you call yourself an Ashkenazi Jew? How do you know that? I mean, but I
yeah,
mean, I don't know. I'm coming from really close to that land, and I don't know more than 4 genealogies back. I don't know. So how do they know? I mean, they're putting a mark on their forehead just by saying who they are. In my book, you just sign yourself the sentence to Satan, because it's written about you in the book,
yeah,
It's like you
exactly.
call
And
yourself, a Jew or Judean, whatever you want to imply you are with, yeah, but they're not. So that means
yeah,
you put a mark on yourself. Other than that, we don't know. That's why we're like Ephraim and Manasseh, fruitful and forgetful. We forget who we are. We don't know. So whoever is a Jew, what makes you a Judean? Let's put it, say 1% of a bloodline, 2%, 50%, 99%. What makes you a Judean or Judahite or whatever, or Jew, although they
yeah,
don't have
yeah.
any
And
bloodline back to any Mediterranean
some
place,
somebody had actually made a good post about that. Like, what makes you a Jew? Well, if
How
you're
much of a
following
bloodline? Yeah.
Judaism,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, that too,
and it's not.
Are you, yeah,
Yeah, it's not even about the bloodlines, but he was talking
yeah.
about what makes you a Jew if you're following Judaism. So what's Judaism? They're just following the
Well,
Babylonian
but
Talmud
most
and all
Ashkenazi
that.
Jews, because I mean, I have a
Yeah,
few in my homeschool group, and they admit, I mean, I don't even know, we're not coming from, from Middle Eastern. So, like,
yeah,
out of curiosity, you ask them because they don't know anything about their history, but they're so proud of being Jews, So, it's like, where are you coming
yeah,
from? Oh, somewhere in Poland, Russia. It's like, so what connection do you have with the Middle Eastern? Oh, we don't really have a history from there. But you know where you're coming from. So why do you call yourself a Jew if you don't know what that means? They don't have a
Oh,
clue.
but
I mean, just because they were told, and some of them are oblivious, they just feel them. I mean, my country has 2 million Jews. Some of them are in the government. Some are regular people, like, they have some relatives, it's just they don't even go to they have no connection with the rabbis, no connection. But
yeah,
I don't even know how they got to the point, they don't know of calling themselves
yeah.
Jews.
Well, exactly. So the regular people aren't going to know, but their leaders know exactly where they came from, and
Yeah,
that's the
it's just,
information that they try to hide,
yeah. I
and
mean,
it's
Trump,
actually
you can,
easily traceable.
yeah.
Yeah, Trump's one of them.
Oh
You
my
know,
God.
I think it's
I
about the same
know.
here.
Very few knows,
probably got
that he
like
goes
over.
to the 1200. I have his
Yeah,
genealogy to the 1200, Trump's genealogy. How come these guys resisted through almost a millennium? Like, I mean, how in the world? He was,
yeah,
and he's a king bloodline from both parts, mom and dad. Comes from the Norwegian
yep.
kings. And his grandfather was
So
born
if
in the Karlstadt in the Palatines. So he is a Swiss guy, So most of them
yeah,
comes from
yeah,
have Jews. They call themselves Jews, and they have uh, Switzerland inheritance. So they're Switzerland, how I like to call them. They come from Switzerland, most of them,
yeah,
or they were
Swiss.
raised like Hitler was raised there, lived there for a long time, Marx,
Yeah, yeah,
Karl Marx, but that was a Jew anyway, so it should uh, through
Oh
the line of the
my
yeah,
rabbis.
goodness.
exactly. So
And just
if you read Genesis 10, verse 3, it's going to tell you exactly where Ashkenazi is from. And it's from Gomer,
Yeah.
who is the son of
Mhm.
Japheth. So they're over here
Yeah.
claiming the line of Shem when they're not. They're from the line of Japheth.
Mm.
This is where they get Ashkenazi from, because
Hmm.
they're descendants of Ashkenaz. That's right there in Genesis 10, literally.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so when they're like, oh, that's anti-Semitic and anti-Semitic this, anti-Semitic that,
There's nothing Semitic
all
in
to
that.
dodge the question. Yeah. Well, it's not anti-Semitic, it's anti-Japhetic because they're not even from Shem.
Yeah.
So they can't even claim anti-Semitism because they're not even from Shem.
Hmm.
And it's just wild.
Mhm.
Michael Casey, I just want to thank you. I just really want to thank you for your witness to Gina Sparks
Yeah.
on that post. She see we didn't fall out because of the calendar. We fell out for different reasons. We actually fell out because I believe that YAHUAH, the Almighty, the invisible creator, came into the form of his son, who is the Messiah. He poured into himself, or he poured into this vessel so that we can walk and talk and see him. And that's why she blocked me. It wasn't because I was anything vicious at her. It was because of that theology. And study that out if you disagree. It's so perfect and it's so all there. But thank you for your witness.
Well, of
It's
course. I mean, what it comes down to is all our beliefs are evolving. I
yeah,
don't even believe what I used to believe 10 years ago, and what I believed
yeah,
10 years ago, I didn't believe 20 years ago,
right.
and so, that if anything, that we have to be adult enough to agree to disagree,
Yeah,
instead of
Yeah.
leading into like childish comments and blocking people and mob like tactics, trying to gang people up um,
yeah,
against somebody else's opinions. And I just don't care.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
It's vicious and it's shameful.
Um,
exactly. It's not promoting anything. It's just giving anybody that is trying to follow Torah a bad name.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what she's being, is a horrible witness, denying the equinox. Now she's going to come out, not even make a statement. She's going to just come out. Oh, hey, no, I believe in the equinox now. That's just jumping from like one thing to the next. You, you
Well, we can all make mistakes, but
oh, sure.
where do you come up and say, hey, I was wrong. I was mistaken. I apologize.
We do. I do. I do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
100%. I
I,
will, because like I don't want to lead anybody astray. And like it's so weird that now that hindsight 2020 and me trying to defend the Saturday Sabbath, like I wasn't completely understood with it all. I was literally just parroting.
Right.
And that's exactly what she's doing. And yeah, if this message was, or if we are such a group of people that are viciously and violently attacking other people, where's the screenshots? Show me. Where are they? Because I posted a golden calf. That's all. Truthfully.
Well, I humbly have to say that I'm smart enough to realize that I need to be around people smarter than me so I can learn.
Well, yeah.
And that's why I'm here, because you guys are giving me a lot of information for me to be able to digest and pray about. So
Yeah. It's incredible. And this is how it should be. This is how it should be.
Yeah. It's why we all need each other, and
absolutely,
we can't be lone wolfing it. And we're all a different member of the same body. So, and this is what it's going to take to figure things out and come together.
Man, I have been starving
And
for
of course,
fellowship, because it's like once I finally made up my mind and I finally got the courage to leave the institutional church or whatever, it's like it became very lonely. And everybody that I grew up with and went to church with and fellowship with, wrote me off. And so, it's not a big community here. And so we don't meet often enough to really spend the time to grow one another. And so it's like I've been chasing everybody around trying to like learn about the feast, learn about the calendar. And I'm just really grateful that that I've been invited in to sit down and to listen to everybody else's hard work and research so I can learn. So thank you for that.
Ugh.
Yeah, praise Yah.
I'm just so happy that people are seeing it. I'm so thrilled. I can't even tell you the amount of joy that is coming, like even through all this turmoil, the amount of joy in my heart that just even a few are just saying, hey, look, we hear you. It's there. You got all of the missing pieces. It's a beautiful thing. And not only that, is there's just, that's why I feel like we should meet way more often, is just because I don't know, it's important.
Well, when you get some answers, right, you're excited about it and you want to share with everybody. And people mistake the zeal, of coming to conclusions that you didn't have as being vicious and attacking, and because they lack discernment.
Yeah, that's it. And it's that there's no emotional connections through comments and messages. Like you can't portray it like how you're feeling or how it's coming off,
or your facial expression.
It's just going to be read. Yeah. It's just read off how it's read off. And some people can take it as vicious or attacking when it's really just passion, and you're trying to explain these things.
And so
you're just getting shot down left and right,
So they discern it through the filter of their own negativity.
Yeah.
And so they see it as something that's bad when it really was something that was good.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, but it's not, that's the era that we live in today, because we're not face to face having these conversations, which would be preferable that we're, everything's on media.
I saw a post and somebody was saying, how can you ask Yah for something if you've already decided what you wanted him to say? Instead of him showing you the truth, you've already decided what you wanted it to be versus what it is.
Yeah, right.
And we can all do that, at times. I've caught myself, and then when I, come to the truth of it, I'm like, oh my gosh, that was not what I thought, it's taking the time to discern how to ask for something and be okay with the truth, no matter if it's what you thought it would be or not, you know. And most of the time it's not what we think it is.
No.
Yeah. It's exactly. Yeah.
Well, I know that I have severed relationships with people because I was so dogmatic in my belief system, you know, and the things that I severed relationships for are things that I don't even believe anymore. And so, you know, at some point people have to matter, right? And it has to be more. I mean, the longer I live, the more I'm convinced that life is about relationships. You know, first with our creator and then with each other. And, you know, and so,
Yeah.
you know, that I try to take it with a grain of salt when somebody doesn't agree with me, that I have to remember that most of the time I've been wrong. And
Yeah.
it gives me the ability to be gracious in my response. And I try to communicate the truth as it's been revealed to me as graciously as I can, because I was where they were at, and vice versa, right? And I think about the road to Emmaus, you know, that after the resurrection, when Yahushua's walking down the road with a couple of the disciples, and they didn't even recognize him, you know. And it wasn't until he revealed himself to them that they even knew he was there. And so, you know, that I've been trying to convince my family, I've been trying to shove this stuff down their throat. I've put piles and piles of my research and tried to give it to them. I give them books, videos, and I finally realized is that that's not going to make any difference until their mind and their spirit is quickened and revelation is given. And so I'm
Yep.
just grateful that it's been given to me, and when the door has been open, that I try to share those seeds with other people. But otherwise, I'm just trying to force it on people that are not going to be able to receive it because they don't have eyes to see, they don't have ears to hear, and they don't have a heart to understand.
Can I mention
You know,
something?
it's true.
Go ahead, Katrina.
That's true, but again, you plant the seed. That's all
Oh,
we could
sure,
do.
sure.
Like,
But that's all I could do is
yeah,
scatter
we
it,
could
right?
say that we know something and they are not ready to receive it, but how are we to know? We're not Messiah. We can't see their hearts. So you just plant the seeds and you walk.
Right. I'm not saying you don't
Yeah.
say anything. I'm just saying is that, you know, that I've been like getting frustrated with people because they won't take the seeds that I've given and do something with it.
Oh, I know the frustration, brother.
Oh, I know you do. I mean, it's like I want to
I'm
go back and repossess all the books. You know what I mean?
yeah, because you don't know who you're working with, because the Dead Sea Scrolls and the lost history, and that's why I say that that's always the start. Knowing who the Jews are, first and foremost, and how they're trying to control us. Number two, understanding the importance of the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Zadok community. Number three, that's when you get into the calendar. But you can't go at it. And also knowing biblical cosmology is in one of those groups. But you have to be able to walk those things through, and then you get the ultimate prize, which is the calendar.
But the cognitive dissonance is so strong, and the deception is so real. You know that on any one of those points, I mean, how many people outside of the Torah community are really open to a flat earth, right? I mean, how many people, when you sit there and you talk about Jesus, right, that, being something that is not biblical, or it's not even, there wasn't even the letter J 500 years ago, right? That they don't just totally resist everything that you have to say. Every one of those points is, the cognitive dissonance is so strong that they can't accept the truth when you give it to them.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors that go into it.
It
You know,
goes along
sometimes it
with,
comes down to credibility too. I'm sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's breaking that Babylon out of our heads.
Yes.
You know, breaking that training we've been trained up in.
And when I sit there and I say that to some of the people that I have grown up with for years, the response is, I'm not in Babylon. They can't even see they're in Babylon. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's everywhere.
Yeah, true.
You know what? I think there's so many people that have been under some sort of programs. One of the millions that we don't even know, where they're coming from. That, for instance, I something on Facebook just 5 minutes ago reminded me of that somebody replied to a post that I made about McDonald's sign being it's a lady I'd never talked to. She just out of nowhere, she replied to me, how about you stop posting all this nonsense and you keep the 10 Commandments and I don't know, something else. But these things make me smile because there must be some sort of programming that triggers somebody like this. I mean, she has not even looked through my account, or there's some sort of demonic thing that happens on the other side of the interface. I don't know what she's seeing that makes her react. It's like sometimes I saw comments and people, I see comments and people reacting to some normal conversation in a very exaggerated way, which makes you wonder what triggers these people to this degree. It's not even emotional. It's a distorted way of answering to a comment or to a post, or like in this case, it's just like, why would you be bothered? It's just like something happened there in her life that triggers this. It's a Masonic type of sign. So it makes me wonder, what if these people have gone through some sort of experience and something behind the veil triggers something in them? And they don't even realize that why they're bothered, but they have to react.
No, I
It's
agree.
it's something, and I looked at the post like, what in the world? It's just like, why would you get triggered by something like this? It's like,
And that
how about you follow 10 Commandments? I said, I'm not. It's just like, but the
well, that
way, or behind this, it's a demonic type of activity through the internet. Maybe I don't even know if these people really write on this. Sometimes I wonder if there's somebody there behind, that is just wanted to poke.
yeah,
For me to start replying, which I will never do. It's just like, what's the point? But
that just shows the connection because it's literally connected to the Ten Commandments because this has to do with all the deception, the McDonald's and all this fast
but
food
think
and
about,
stuff.
I mean, the post has nothing to do with the 10 Commandments. Nothing to do with, like, it's just reflecting the Masonic and all this crap that is happening. And I mean, obviously, other posts are like about the Lord, about YAHUAH, about the commandments. But she obviously didn't even look, or it's just meant to stir something out of it. It's like, how about you just mind your own business or something, post something. It's just like, wow. Like, you cannot even answer to this kind of things because there's nobody there to talk to, obviously.
Yeah,
Once you
I
start,
agree.
it's a never ending. It will never stop.
Yeah, you know, expose the darkness into light. That's what we're supposed to do. So when we're exposing all these Freemasonic things and symbolisms
Yeah.
and all these things around us, like that's what we're doing. We're exposing the darkness into light to hopefully, be that light and say, hey, look, all this darkness is right here, but guess where the light is? It's right there in the Bible, in Scripture. It's in Yah's word. And so when you start to see all these connections and you see all the symbolism and all of that, that's literally all around us, you see it's all
Yeah.
connected to Satan. So
We
it's
have to
literally all connected. Yeah.
we have to remember
Yeah.
too that in the system there are some people that are so comfortable in the lie that they will fight to keep that from being shattered.
Yeah, yeah. They don't want the comfortable
Yes.
lie to be broken.
Right, exactly. They're more comfortable in their lie, and when you start to bring light to it, it irritates their demons because they want to remain in that comfortable darkness than have you shatter their reality or what they think is reality.
Yeah, so true. Yeah. And that's what it is. It's because so many people have unknowingly opened the doors to all these spirits. And these spirits are just residing in them, making them think this way. And, it has to do with the parasites, keeping our bodies clean as well. Like all the stuff we're talking about, it all has to do with what Yahuwah is telling us. Our bodies are the temple, so we got to keep it clean. So what Satan do? He puts all the poison and the symbols and the spells
Right,
all over everything. He
right.
says, "Oh yeah, eat this. It's cheaper. Don't worry about farm grown stuff. And, cow farts are going to destroy the earth."
Well,
And,
I kind of
and
have a theory with that is that they're actually poisoning the organic stuff too.
Oh,
It's
they
yeah.
For sure are.
yeah,
moving us further and further away to like we have to do it. We have to do it for ourselves.
yeah,
Like we don't even have a choice.
that's it. Because they poison the air, they poison the water, they poison the food, they lie about everything, and they run it all through a. Here in the U.S., it's the FDA. So like, oh look, the FDA is going to take care of us. They're not going to let anything back.
Yeah,
Wink,
but
wink.
apparently Robert F. Kennedy is going to destroy the FDA. We'll see about that.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all just a high Galilean dialect because they know people are finding out this truth, so they got to do something about it. So they're like propping this whole,
Yeah.
make America healthy again stuff, and it's just another wing of that same dragon again, just like the whole political aspect of things, just a different wing of the same dragon.
Right. If you're going to look to everybody else to cure you or to grow for you or to build for you, you're not doing it right. We have to be self sufficient. We have to start, taking the kids out of the public system, making money off of ourselves, well, the way that we
Yeah,
can, like in Babylon. We can't live off of Babylon ways anymore. Our jobs, our education, our medical system, we can't, like it has to be a clean cut. We have to get out of it all.
yeah, because it's all designed to keep us from following Yahuwah. Literally,
Yep,
that's what it is.
all of it. Exactly.
Well, guys, I have to bid everyone good night.
I think it's about that time. Thanks for saying that, because I think I could go on for like 24 more hours.
Yeah, my kids are starting to lose it.
Mine are
I'm
too.
starting to fall asleep.
We've been on for definitely 3 hours because the recording is about to stop again for the second 4 hour interval.
Yeah, and it's almost as if I don't want to. I don't want to get off, but honestly, yeah, we have to do stuff. Kids
Yeah,
got to go to bed.
Yes.
They've been listening
Mama
though.
has to go to bed.
Oh, they
They've,
have.
they've been
and
listening the whole time, and that's all. Like, what does the word say? Speak about the word all day, every day.
When they wake up, when they go to bed.
Yeah, and we're doing it. We're doing it. They're hearing it too. Because even my daughter comes to me and says, "Wait, you were talking about this before?" And I was like, "Yeah, yeah. You want to hear more?"
Yes.
But this is good. We should meet up more. Definitely be, more vocal in the group. We're not leaders here. You guys are all leaders. We are Yachad.
Hallelujah.
whatever you guys want to say, let's test all things. And yeah, just do it the way that the Bereans did.
Yeah. And what's that saying? There's no such thing as a dumb question.
Never. Not
Yeah,
anymore.
exactly.
Not anymore.
I wanted to mention real quick, you were mentioning something about the Paleo Hebrew. That book, I took a picture of it and sent it on the group chat, the Zadok Calendar Revealed. And I bought it a while back. I started reading it, then got sidetracked with other books. But I will, if you want me to share it again so you can see what it looks like. But it's something that I think is worth looking into, because she does go into the origin of it. And like I said, I don't know how she came up with the name Manakothe, but back then there wasn't Hebrews. It was one language before the Tower of Babel. So it's interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And she said it was a lot of sign language. So the original paleo was a lot of sign language. And
Yeah,
she even
because
shows. Go ahead.
yeah, if you look at the characters, that's exactly what it is too. It's like sign language.
And she shows the movements. I ended up looking at, like I said, this was probably about a year ago. I looked her up and was watching her do some of the sign language of it. It was very interesting. So yeah, if you want me to post it again, I can. But yeah, oh goodness, you guys, this was such a blessing. Finding our family, like you said, being in Eckhart.
Praise Yah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
Hey there, Sister Charlie. She made it.
Hi, everyone. So I didn't even realize you were still online. I was like, hang on a second. I had 389 messages to catch up on. And then I was like, they're still talking. I was like, oh my goodness.
Oh,
yeah, it's been amazing.
And 8+ hours.
No way.
Oh my gosh, we haven't stopped. We haven't
stopped.
How am I
gonna even begin to catch up? I'm not even sure.
He'll upload it on Facebook, and even if you have to speed up the conversation so that you get through it. It's so good.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have so much, but wow,
So,
I can't believe you're still going.
Yeah, Charlie's been working with Adrian on everything, and she's actually the one that has been finding out all this good juicy details. Ugh. I mean, now how do we end this call now? I don't even think it's possible.
Well, I know I have to get in my car and head to my client's house. I'm house sitting for her in the evenings while they're out of town. So I got to get on the road. But I mean, I can still listen to the call while I'm driving. I mean,
yeah. I mean, Charlie,
but I do have to.
Yeah,
just don't fall asleep like we heard earlier.
So, Jeremy, if you want to start another recording.
No.
I started falling asleep.
Yeah.
Here's me. I just want to keep going. All right. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, Charlie. Yeah, get back. We recorded the 2 videos.
Shalom, Quentin.
He's a love bug. Yeah. All right. Well, oh gosh. Charlie,
It was a pleasure, guys. And a blessing.
Wow, that's 8 hours.
Yeah, really great discussion.
Yeah, go through the comments. Definitely comment. Charlie, comment. Put in your videos. Put in everything you're learning. Just throw it out there, because we got a whole big foundation. Adrian kind of summed it up, and it was absolutely beautiful.
Oh, she did. Okay, Cool.
Yeah. She
Awesome.
summed it up. But if you could throw in your visuals, that would be great to the group.
Okay.
Throw in your visuals, and then I think we're gonna do a meeting tomorrow. Well,
Yeah.
we're gonna
'Cause
sleep for a few
I mean, I
hours.
don't know what obviously you've discussed today, but I kind of felt like as much as it was super clear and I tried to get it down like visually, I still felt it was kind of fuzzy around the edges. I'm like, I
No,
only had one
no,
passage to kind of back it up scripturally, but
no.
you
It
guys
was
have
very good.
okay,
Very good. Very
cool.
good. Yeah. Don't,
So I'm
you
not
know,
just going crazy then.
no, gosh,
No, no.
no, no. We are starving. We are starving. And the way that you put it down on paper is just beautiful. So don't, you know, we all have to work together, right? You got this
Absolutely.
from the Father, and we're going to work on it so that we could all bring in certain aspects, and it that's the way that he's going to work through us.
Sounds
Good.
good.
Yeah,
I'll
How
get
is
this
it
thing.
working? How is it working with the next call? It doesn't work with the same link. It needs a new link.
No, this is the same thing.
no, it's the same link.
It's the same link. Okay.
So,
Yeah, so it's
Looking
always going to be
forward.
in this Telegram.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's always going to be in this Telegram group here, and I'm going to try and schedule them so everybody will know like the time that it's going to be at. So like
yeah,
if you check the Telegram, if you check if you check the group, and I have it, it'll be up in the right hand corner. It'll say like
Okay.
live chat
Yeah.
scheduled, and
so
it should give like a time.
Charlie, will you
Go ahead.
be available tomorrow to walk through everything?
Yeah, pretty much all day tomorrow I'm around to tell you that's for sure. The only thing with me is that we're kind of in the middle of building, and so we're in our RV, so my signal isn't always great, but if I do drop out, I'll just obviously jump back in as soon
Okay,
as I
so
can.
what?
So that's
So oh gosh, how do we determine a time tomorrow? Jeremy, is everybody? I'm just saying noon my time, which is I don't know what everyone else's time. I'm just dropping.
what are you on, Katrina? You on Eastern?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that works for me.
Yeah,
I don't know what everyone. Yeah.
yeah, that's
And I'm
about. It's gonna
central.
be like 10 a.m. my time, but yeah,
Yeah.
Where are you
That
at again,
works.
Jeremy?
Wait.
I'm in
What state are you
Phoenix.
Oh, Phoenix. Oh, okay. All right. So
Wait.
you're on Central also then?
I'm on Mountain,
Oh, you are?
so we don't have daylight savings here like the rest of
Oh,
the
nice.
country. So like the hours between here and Eastern time will vary from 2 hours like it is right now, and then it'll jump to 3 hours because of daylight savings.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have daylight
So
savings over
that's
here.
why it'll kind of get confusing because I'm always like, oh, they're 3 hours ahead. And oh, wait, there's daylight savings. So they're only 2 hours ahead. It gets kind of confusing. It's Babylon, you know?
Right. But I'm glad you had it set up to where wherever we're at, it'll show what time for our time zone. That was neat how you
Yeah,
got that
yeah,
figured out.
exactly.
That was
I'm just wondering, is it? I don't know if you can do these things. Can you put a poll up as to what times and people, and you can get kind of an average of what time, and obviously people can just convert it to their time. But if you fit like I don't know, noon, oh sorry, like 11, noon, and 1, and then people can take a poll. Is that a thing?
I would have to figure that out, honestly. I'm not very good at navigating Telegram. It's kind of difficult. But I know there's ways to create polls on like the Facebook groups and such. I'm pretty sure it would be the same for Telegram, I would think.
Either that or just pick a time and
You know, I
do your best. We can only do our
yeah,
best.
I
And
could
we
look
can't
into it.
accommodate for everybody. Unfortunately, there's so many of us.
Yeah, but I can try and we can try and figure out like a good average time for everybody, or at least everybody can catch some of it, you know.
Yeah, with this amount
Yeah,
of talking, everybody can catch something.
yeah, yeah. Well, we've been on for over 8 hours, so I'm sure everybody can catch something.
I think it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah, praise Yah.
Enjoyed it immensely. Yeah, all praise to Yah.
What's that?
So yeah, so tomorrow I'll schedule it at noon Eastern time, so it's gonna be it'll be 10 a.m. my
and
time.
11 mine.
So I'll just schedule it for that. Yeah. And if that works for everybody else for right
Yeah.
now, we can go with that. Excuse me. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds
Yeah.
good to me.
Yep, sounds good. Well, I'm going to sign off for now. So shalom, everybody. Hope you've had an
Awesome.
amazing day, and get
Shalom.
listening before tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, shalom. Thank you for joining.
Hello.
Yeah, shalom, sister. Shalom, everyone. My dear family. Oh,
Yeah, shalom, everybody.
oh
Yeah, I think.
I wish we could get
Oh,
together.
go ahead.
For
Sorry.
Pesach. No, it would be nice if we could all get together for Pesach. But we're also
Oh, I
scattered.
agree. I agree.
You talk about wonderful fellowship, being able to, oh, man. That'd be so nice.
We should get a central gathering location for all of us to gather.
I think that would be nice.
I'll travel.
I will too.
I'll travel to wherever. Hey, look. We want to even fly to a nice deserted tropical island. That's what I mean.
We'll start a Torah island.
Oh my goodness. All right. Now we're getting really far into it.
Is that Jermaine's volunteering her piece?
I need to shout one.
Wow. Look at my girl.
I would love to come to the land down under, honestly.
yeah.
It'd be awesome.
Oh, yeah. We have our passports.
I don't have one, so
Yeah,
I
there
wouldn't
you
be able to go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to bring us together
That
soon.
would be great. Yeah, definitely.
Everything in me is saying soon, soon, soon. I'm not a date
We
setter,
definitely
but
don't have much time left.
I think that once we figure out this calendar, it's going to be undeniable.
Truly. Well, I think we'll just end it there for right now. And it's literally, we got 3 minutes until the 4-hour mark of the recording. So it's perfect timing.
I thought
Yeah.
you said you didn't record
So I can
it.
get the whole,
Oh, you recorded all of that?
yeah.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, I don't.
I was going to stop, but
That was
I
like
was going to stop, but you said you wanted to. So
I don't mind either way. I just thought, you know.
You put your shoes in the kitchen.
well, here's what I'll do. So I'll share both parts here in the Telegram chat, and then I'll put
I
part
don't
1
mind.
on YouTube tomorrow.
The stuff that happened
Okay.
to me at Sukkot, I don't mind sharing because honestly, it's a witness that we have to really, truly become Echad. And when there's infiltrators in the camp, that's the kind of stuff that's going to happen. So I don't mind it. I don't mind
Yeah.
it. I don't mind
Okay,
it.
gotcha.
I'm solid. There's nobody that's ever going to, diminish that lesson for me. It's I
Yeah.
110%, 1,000% will tell anybody that.
Yeah.
I think it was just a lesson. Just don't let other people in the camp. And that's the reason why Jerry Alexander, I'm sorry. I was learning about the stars through him, and then I went to him about how he's going to, parable the vineyard stuff. And I said, hey, you're going to their Sukkot. And he kind of got offended that, you know, he knew the calendar, but he was still going to this place. And we can't bear a false witness either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's why we kind of went our separate ways, even though he never even went. I think he realized I was right. It was my, I don't know, delivery, or I don't know. But yeah, no, I have no problem with all truth. No problem. I thought it was a bit disgusting, you know, what happened. But that's okay. It's a learning lesson, and I'm glad it happened to me and not anybody else. So, all right, shalom, shalom, everybody.
Shalom.
Shalom, everybody.
Shalom. Good night
Thank
or good
you.
morning.
Yeah, good night or
Yeah.
good morning.
Good morning, good
We'll talk
evening.
in the morning.
Bye-bye.
For sure.
Yeah.
Bye.
Shalom, shalom.
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 All right, shalom.